Sí, ok. Hola, sí, dos, sí, sí. Hola, dos. Ok, sí, dos, dos, sí. Hola, sí. Ok. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, sí. Ok. Sí, dos, 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 sí. Ok. Hola, 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 sí. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, sí. Ok, hola, 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 sí. Y, sí, sí. ¿Qué número es? Ok, sí, dos. Dos, sí. Ok, sí. Sí. Ok, hola, hola. Sí, dos, 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 sí. Ok, hola, 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 sí. Esta es una prueba de sentido, sí, uno, dos, tres, sí. Buenos días, saludos y bienvenidos. Ok, sí, dos, dos, sí, sí, y, sí, dos, sí, sí, dos, 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 sí, ok, tres, tres, sí, dos, dos, sí, y, hola, 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 sí, dos, sí, hola, 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 sí, sí, gracias. Ok, sí, dos, 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 sí, y, gracias. Sí, dos, dos, sí, y, Hola, hola. Dos, 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 dos.
Me enoja de responsabilidad. Yo tengo 55 años. A mí el licor no es que está prohibido tratar. Te lo digo sinceramente. A mí, sin responsabilidad. No va a tener que ir a un sectores a las 8:40. A las 8:30. O sea, no están aquí. Y ahorita lo están echando a chichar. Comienza a las 8:30, que tenga a las 7:30. Ahí está el poco de gente haciendo fines y nada. Ah, ya lo habíamos. Sí. Pero, ¿y quién nos va a traer? El primo. ¿Pero dónde está? O sea, el primo no fue a traer hasta ahora. No, no, lo de allá para acá viene después, pero lo que te quiero decir es que echarme la sí. Que ayer me fui a las 9 de la noche. Sí, me están empezando probando y tú muchachas. Sí, sí, sí. Es mi responsabilidad. Sí, sí. Pero yo le dije 7:30, ya, que estén los receptores aquí porque comienza a las 8:30. Sí, 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 sí. Y los jodidos empiezan a tiempo. Yo ayer, sí, unos famosos minutos de atrás, y llegué, y la gente estoy pensando, bueno, si lleva a las 9, hermano, pero por lo menos, yo pensaba que va a empezar 9:10. ¿Qué va a hacer? Cuando entro por la puerta estaban diciendo bienvenido. Sí, me dice, ay, usted no tuvo problema con el repartidor. Sí, chamo, desaparecieron de las 8:30. Y habían 100 personas. Sí, pero está levantado. Sí, bueno, ruso, a ver si le llega a ustedes. Ok, en ruso. ¿Verdad que si viene en ruso? Vale, vale. Este es ya en el cerca, ya en el cerca. Vale. Dale, entonces viene el ruso, tú te vas sí, sí, al inglés, sí, 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 ahí me avisa. Ah, solo sí.
Русский язык. Как слышно? Русский язык. Хорошо слышно? Русский язык. Русский язык. Русский язык. Русский язык. Русский язык. Русский язык. Говорим по-русски. Доброе утро. Начинаем наш конгресс. Начинаем пробы. Сейчас проверим, все ли работает хорошо. Так, кабины у нас хорошо слышат. Всё отлично. Английский язык проверим. Все хорошо? Отлично. Все прекрасно. Сейчас проверим, как работает. а, Dime. А, как, как дела? Как слышно? Алло. Раз, два, три, четыре. Раз, два.
Okay, so now after the minor detail of turning on the mic, but that is a mistake that will not happen when we're on. This is just now, and we're continue then to test from the supposedly Russian. Um, and when the compañeros in the other booth go into Spanish, which is a language that I do understand, then I will be, of course, able to interpret into English. And that is the, uh, and now we're translating everything into Spanish, and it sounds good in Spanish. In fact, I would go so far as to say it sounds excellent. Yep, everything's fine, Ivan. Things are going well. Things are going well. Todo va bien, todo va bien. Understanding well. Yep, todo bien, todo bien. And and that's right. We're interpreting, and that's right. Everybody's saying it sounds good, so I think we're fine on that front. And we're going here into Spanish and testing. No, it sounds great in all languages. Doing good, doing good. Now we're speaking about the Ruski-Zik, and I'm not sure what the Zik means, although I'm fairly sure that Ruski means Russian. There are no problems at this moment. We are understanding. And whatever the gentleman says in Russian and which the lady translates into Spanish, then I would be happy to go to English. So, Sí, así es. Yep.
Por eso te digo, no sé si tenían algo conectado. Este está en relay, este está en relay. Entonces, está llegando, está en relay. Tiene el chat, pero únicamente lo recibe ella. Hable, aunque se le que hable, ¿ah? Ah, this is for your document. You okay. So,
¿Qué? ¿Quiere que hable? Ok, estoy hablando, pero estoy en el relay, ok, micrófono encendido en inglés y estamos de nuevo haciendo pruebas. Eh, entonces, aquí vamos. Testing English, testing the English. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully the machinery, the wires, the electricity doesn't give a damn whether I'm speaking English, Spanish, or, well, I won't be able to speak Russian, so we don't have that problem. I'm continuing to be speaking. I am here, yes. So maybe what we can do is read a poem, and like that we will fill the air with words, and Ivan will be able to tell if the earphones at the Presidium are functioning properly. ¿Qué dice? Ok, ok.
Prueba, ganar español, a veces chao, tres, hablando en español, tres, tres, ganar español, prueba de introducción, tres, 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 ganar español,
Ahora cuando hablas ruso,
sí, pero recibe los dos, ¿verdad?
sí, estoy oyendo cuando habla ruso, oigo el ruso y después oigo de la cantina
Oye, a ver, y oye, a mí eso no me está mandando allá.
así es. Ahora que hablen, que se nos... No, estamos oyendo el ruso. No, no. Ve, estamos oyendo los dos. Lo- no, estamos oyendo los dos.
Estoy escuchando los dos.
Sí. A usted sí, pero a él al mismo tiempo. No, ahora sí. Pero es que el otro no está hablando, está hablando. Ahora sí, 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 sí. Ahora sí. Está hablando el ruso también, ¿verdad? Porque ahora sí no lo oigo, lo cual es bueno. Sí, sí, sí. Ve, ve. Pero en relay sí.
Él manda el relay. Cuando escucha el español de él, ¿verdad? Él manda el relay traduciendo el español. Sí, yo sé. Pero yo no sé si las configuraciones están. Yo le voy a subir la crisis. Bueno, yo tengo una. No,
Sí, es cierto. Hace 20 minutos estaba funcionando. Sí.
Pero hay que escuchar eso de relay. Ahí no escuchan nada.
Nada. Sí, sí. Eh, no, ahora sí, ahora sí.
igual ahora yo trabajo en siempre
Muy bien, sí. Pero también estoy estudiando ruso. Cuando él habla ruso, yo no estoy oyendo, Iván. Sí. No, ahorita así tiene que ser. Ahorita no oigo ruso. Sí, sí, sí. Estoy oyendo. Muy bien. Eh, sí, siempre bien. Sí, 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 muy bien. Estoy oyendo, sí. Ah, cuando él dice ruso, sí, sí lo estoy oyendo. Sí, no. Ah, pero no hay más ruso. Obviamente la idea es que justamente pues, siempre. Sí, sí, está oyendo ruso. Oi, diga. Okay, so now we're testing the English again, and trying, making sure that we at least have the. Of course, I'm on really. I suppose I should really should be on original. So testing the English, and the main problem being that when the people speak Russian and we're supposed to be on relay, we're hearing both the Russian and the Spanish at the same time. And none of you fuckers seems to be able to figure it out. So what?
Buenos días, compañeras y compañeros. En el marco del proyecto de cooperación de los gobiernos de Rusia y Nicaragua, se desarrolla el octavo Congreso Farmacéutico Internacional Rusia-Nicaragua 2024, bajo el lema Evolución de la capacidad productiva, aumentar la producción local para mejorar la salud global. El objetivo principal es establecer un espacio de intercambio de experiencias, conocimientos y tecnologías entre científicos e instituciones de diferentes países. Para dar inicio a este octavo Congreso Internacional, nos ponemos de pie para entonar las sagradas notas del himno nacional de Nicaragua, seguido del himno de la Federación de Rusia. Muchas gracias. Pueden tomar asiento, por favor. Preside este acto el compañero Laureano Ortega, representante especial del presidente de la República de Nicaragua. Compañero Iván Acosta Montalbán, ministro de Hacienda y Crédito Público. Doctora Marta Reyes Álvarez, ministra de Salud de la República de Nicaragua. Doctor Roberto López Gómez, presidente ejecutivo del Instituto Nicaragüense de Seguridad Social, INS. Embajador Alexander Kokolikov, embajador extraordinario y plenipotenciario de la Federación de Rusia en la República de Nicaragua. Compañera Natalia Stavchenko, jefa adjunta de la Agencia Federal Médico Biológico de Rusia. Doctora Daria Kryushko, directora de Medicina Transicional, Innovaciones y Política de Recursos Humanos de la Agencia Federal Médico Biológico de Rusia. También agradecemos la participación de Chen Xi, embajador de China. Máster Ramona Rodríguez, rectora de la UNAM. Olga Lidia Jacobo, directora del CENMED. Compañero Sergio González, embajador de Cuba. Y a todos nuestros invitados especiales que nos honran con su presencia en este 8º Congreso. Un fuerte aplauso para todos. A continuación, compañera Natalia Stavchenko, jefa adjunta de la Agencia Federación Médico Biológico de Rusia, presentará el video de bienvenida.
with the Covacell vaccine. It has been working during many years in collaboration with Nicaraguan colleagues and the development of policies through the staff. This is a program and the project for the education of specialists, and as co-president of the Intergovernmental Russo-Nicaraguan and Scientific Technical effort, I would like to point out that this joint project, conceived by the leaders of these two countries 10 years ago, has been carried out in a most commendable fashion. And the leaders, the three leaders in the pharmaceutical industry in the country, and it demonstrates the work done by and the friendship of our two peoples. This beneficial cooperation will be of benefit to both our people, both Russia and Nicaragua. We shall overcome. Thank you. Okay. We will hear welcome words by Lariano Ortega, in the special representative of the President of the Republic of Nicaragua. Good morning, dear friends and colleagues. Natalia Stachenko, of the Federal Medical Biological Agency of Russia, Dr. Darian Nuchko, Director of Transitional and Innovative Medicine of the same agency, Dr. Marta Reyes, Minister of Health of Nicaragua, Dr. Roberto Lopez, Executive President of the Social Security Institute, and Ivan Acosta, Minister of Finance and Public Credit, as well as Alexander Hochnitov, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, and all of those who accompany us at the inauguration of the 8th International Pharmaceutical Congress, Russia, Nicaragua. Before anything else, we bring you fraternal greetings from President Commander Daniel Ortega and Vice President Rosario Murillo. In particular, greetings to Russia, to President Vladimir Putin, his people and government, for working with Nicaragua to continue to advance along the path of technical and biological development in our country through this fraternal cooperation. And Nicaragua again expresses its deep thankfulness. And of course, greetings to the delegates that accompany us on this occasion and all of you who are participating in this important event. There are 8 years since the inauguration of the Menshikov Institute. On that occasion, Dr. Iskorsova visited us, and we cut the ribbon to start the production of vaccines in our country. And it was a historical event that has allowed us today to be able to say that we have vaccines made in Nicaragua for the vaccine campaigns among our people to protect them from influenza, and work is being done at this institute with programs and projects for the development and production of other medications, including Convacel, with which to combat coronavirus, COVID, and we have been also been working with Mexico on the development of vaccines for the human papilloma vaccine, virus rather, and again, to protect the health of our people. And due to the cooperation of the Menshikov Institute, we have also had the opportunity to acquire the Convacel vaccines from Russia to continue with a permanent protection program vis-a-vis COVID-19. We are deeply grateful, and in particular to Dr. Veronika Eskorsova, the director of the Medical Scientific Agency of Russia, and who is also president, co-president of the Nicaragua-Russia cooperation in technical matters, scientific matters, a commission that was created in the year 2008 when uh, or President Ortega visited Moscow. And since then, we've been advancing on the implementation of projects that have uh, greatly benefited the living conditions of our people. And it is, I think, absolutely in order to thank Russia. We are deeply grateful to the Russian Federation for their ongoing solidarity and cooperation, not only with Nicaragua, with all peoples in the world. And we need to acknowledge this, because even in the struggle that Russia has undertaken for the peace in the world and the life of the Russian people against fascism, neo-Nazism, in this struggle for the establishment of a new world order, Russia has never ceased to work in cooperation and solidarity with the world, and in particular, and in this case, with Nicaragua. There has been This has been a dynamic development. We have worked with Mexico, as I said, we've made the supply to continue protecting our people, and we are expanding the uh, capacities of the Menshnikov Institute and its plant here in Nicaragua, and at the same time working with the Medical Biological Federation. We are working actively on a project that will allow us to build in Nicaragua a nuclear uh, medical center with the Russian corporation Rosatom, which works on atomic energy. So we feel very proud of the cooperation we have been developing with Russia throughout our history as a governor led by the Sandinista National Liberation Front, or President Daniel Ortega from the 80s with the then Soviet Union and his historical solidarity and cooperation with Nicaragua until this second phase of the revolution since 2007, when the Frente Sandinista came to power once again, and has since then been developing programs and projects for the benefit of our people. And there is a comprehensive vision of this. And again, as our moderator was saying, I want to thank the ambassador of China, Mr. Chen Si, or brothers from Cuba, the embassy of SegMed, and especially our Cuban brothers who have really been fundamental to the development of this project from the beginning, from the installation of the vaccine production plant, where we were able to get the knowledge, training, and certification of our professionals from Cubans, because the Cuban Revolution that was led by Commander Fidel Castro, then by his brother Raul, and now by President Diaz-Canel, and they have always been have this enormous heart demonstrating solidarity with the world and with a brother country such as Nicaragua. And we are very, very grateful to work with Cuba, where Cuba is a leader and referent in the world. And now with China, the Menshikov Institute is working uh, to negotiate and with programs, projects with companies in the People's Republic of China that can also contribute to the production of different medications and components in Nicaragua, and also Dr. Roberto Lopez from the Social Security Institute, as well as the Ministry of Health, are now working with Sinopharm, a great pharmacological company in China, and are working in the field of oncology, again, to benefit the Nicaraguan people and expand health services also in other pharmacological areas in which Nicaragua needs assistance. So for us, it's very important to continue advancing in the development of pharmacological enterprises in Nicaragua, and we feel optimistic, we're pleased, and we thank God and thank our government and President Ortega and Vice President Rosario Murillo for having tightened these bonds with our brother and sister countries. These are strategic and go beyond any obstacle that we may face, because our will and our courage helps to move us forward. And we are certain that the capacities of the Meshkov Institute in Nicaragua will be expanded in the short and medium term, and that we will be able to present results for the benefit of the Nicaraguan people. I hope also that this Congress be informative for our professionals and the pharmaceutical sector in general in Nicaragua. And we reiterate to Russian companies, Chinese companies, Indian companies, all pharmaceutical, because it is an international Congress, as its name indicates, and Nicaragua can be a regional platform for these companies from India, from China, from Russia. And here there is cooperation based first on government to government, specifically Nicaragua, Russia, in terms of cooperation. There is an important component, which is then also the commercial component that also needs to be developed. And we need to keep that vision in mind as well. And Nicaragua obviously has a market. Is not very big, 6 million, but Central America together has 50 million. And then there are countries in South America, Latin America in general, where we could have access from Nicaragua, including, of course, Mexico. And it's important that Russian companies, Indian companies, Chinese companies see that Nicaragua could be their point of entry to present and market these products for the rest of the world. So once again, our deep acknowledgement and thanks, first of all, to the Russian Federation and to all countries that cooperate with us in the pharmaceutical field. Thank you very much. Now we will hear the words from Ivan Acosta Montalban, Minister of Hacienda and Public of Finance and Public Credit of Nicaragua.
Good morning, my honorable guests, ambassadors, and Nicaraguan scientific community and Russian scientific community. Mr. Laureano Ortega, the Special Representative of the Republic of Nicaragua, our comrade Natalia Stavchenko, Adjunct Director of the FMBA, Dr. Daria Kryushu, the Director of Transitional Medicine, Innovation and Policies of Human Resources of the FMBA, Comrade Robert Lopez, Executive President of the Nicaraguan Social Security, and Marta Reyes, our Minister of Health in Nicaragua. Honorable Ambassador Alexander Kokolikov, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Ambassador of the Russian Federation to the Nicaraguan Republic. Today, in this 8th International Farmaceutical Congress, Russia-Nicaragua, with a slogan of high strategic positioning to promote local production for the improvement of global health. From the point of view of the pharmaceutical industry and the scientific knowledge beyond trade, this is a route of scientific, technical cooperation and technological transfer in order to resolve or solve one of the biggest bottlenecks of global development, the development of the peoples. In the year 2020, we realized how the metropolis of the Western countries were hoarding huge numbers of vaccines to fight COVID, but not only vaccines, also other measures or means of protection of population. And this was a confirmation and manifestation of the fact that the great industries, the capitalist industries, don't conceive in their framework the topic of solidarity, nor of commitment with humanity. It is important to develop local capacities, to develop local production in order to be able to react timely, in order to be able to attend to our populations, vaccines on time, and attention on time for our population. Life is the most valuable good of our communities. We have to protect it, and that means that this is a strategic investment. With Mechnikov, Nicaragua has positioned itself in this pharmaceutical industry thanks to the cooperation with the Russian Federation and the hard and arduous work of Mrs. Veronika Skorzova, in order to be able to develop real capacities to solve the strategic issues of health for the Nicaraguan population, but not only, also for Central and Latin America. Thank you to the President Putin for his support to this strategic development in our country. Local development definitely guarantees a better quality of public health. The fact that one has the necessary inputs and materials to attend to the population, and it also contributes to the economy, to the finances of the country. The fact that a country that we have advanced technologically products and materials means that we can substitute imports that are so expensive, and that we can promote exports and regional markets. And the fact that we are producing in Nicaragua means that we are already putting our leaving our traces in Latin America. The real capacities for strategic development of this project Mechnikov. We are now in our 8th Congress, and the vision is to expand this local production in order to be able to guarantee national health, improve the quality of health of Nicaraguans, as well as how to reach more citizens of this world. This is a great challenge, and this is the scientific excursion of today. Thank you again to the community of Mechnikov, to the St. Petersburg Institute, to the Russian Federation and its president, Mr. Putin, for this technical and strategic cooperation. Thank you very much to all of you. We will now listen to the representative of the FMBA of Russia. Honorable participants of this Congress, Honorable Comrade Laureano Ortega, Special Representative of the Republic of Nicaragua, Mr. Ivan Acosta, Minister of Finance of Nicaragua, and Dr. Roberto Lopez, Representative of and Executive President of the INS, Dr. Martha Reyes, Minister of Health for the Republic of Nicaragua, and Ambassador Alexander Kokolikov, as well as our dear colleague, Daria Crucho, and all colleagues that are participating in this pharmaceutical congress, in this international congress. Due to these political international circumstances, we can confirm that our joint objectives and the pursuit of our common interests, we want to improve the life of our peoples and have been cooperating for many years, which gives a big boost to the development of our peoples. Our Congress today confirms the beneficial cooperation, and the international arena shows us how many common points we have in our work and how much work we've done along these years. There are important restrictions. One of the main aims of our cooperation is to guarantee access to pharmaceutical products and give technological transfer. A good example for that is our cooperation in the framework of the Mechnikov Institute. This is the only industry, biotechnical industry in Latin America, that dedicates itself to the production of pharmaceutical products in this region. It is dedicated to the production, the packaging, and the distribution of these products. It was launched in 2019 for the massive protection, and now we are able to distribute our products in Latin America, in the Caribbean, which include coronavirus vaccines, as well as diagnostical pharmaceutical products for the screening of tuberculosis. We propose ourselves to develop a vaccine against dengue, as well as transfer technology for vaccine against pneumococcus and the vaccines against some strains of BPH. And the representatives of the pharmaceutical agencies of Russia will participate today. On behalf of the Federal Medical Biological Agency, will have representatives that will speak to us about this topic today. In these times, in these hard times, we are continuing our effort to hold an annual pharmaceutical congress, which gives a special boost to the development of our peoples and countries, the Republic of Nicaragua and the Russian Federation. I wish you, all of the participants of this Congress, a lot of health, a lot of luck, and a fructiferous work. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. With you, we will now listen to the words of Ambassador Alexander Kokolikov, the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Federation of Russia in the Republic of Nicaragua. Distinguished members of the Nicaraguan government and honorable participants, guests of this important forum, for me, it is a pleasure to give you a warm welcome in the name of the Embassy of the Russian Federation to this important Congress that is centered on local production to improve health at a global level. In a world that is ever and ever more connected and interconnected. The promotion of local production has become key to guarantee equitable access to drugs, vaccines, and other health products. One of the great lessons that the pandemic of COVID-19 left us was that we have to strengthen our own production. This is the only way in order not to have to face such a situation again, when the problems of reduced number of manufacturing sites and the availability of drugs, as well as the vulnerability in the supply chains, put our health systems to a limit. The incentivization of local production and the control of the quality of the products is a essential element to guarantee health to our populations. In this context, the Russian government feels honored to have initiated many years ago the cooperation in health matters and to contribute to the shortening of and the closing of gaps of dependence of third countries. We have to foment the highly desired strategic autonomy. It is our intention to maintain and strengthen cooperation that should not be limited to the commitment to contribute to the construction of production capacities and product control for biological and monobiological products of high quality, as well as to share knowledge between our countries, but we should also strengthen joint cooperation with a view to the common targets, such as the universal access to health and coverage for all, because we cannot speak of universal coverage for health without not without thinking about essential drugs and the biological products and new technologies which are fundamental to offer a better quality for the health services at a public level. As an answer and symbol of the cooperation of Russia with Latin America, the Latin American Biotechnology Institute Mechnikov was founded, and a plan for strategic development has been established that starts from the identification of sensitive products with an emphasis in national programs, and at present works in processes of technology transfer in order to be able to develop new sensitive products. Through the Mechnikov Institute in the region, we have distributed more than 25 million antiviral doses. It has already obtained the certificate in 6 countries and is distributed in many countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region. Dear guests, we will talk about topics like these during this Congress, and we will explore new ideas, we will share experiences, and we will debate about how we can advance towards a more solid and more efficient local production. I hope that the discussions here will inspire all of you to take concrete measures in order to improve the health of the people in the region as well as in the rest of the world. As always, I ratify the conviction of our government of the Russian Federation to continue supporting and promoting the development of drugs for Nicaragua and Latin American countries and the Caribbean as well. The will to contribute to this mission to strengthen the local and regional capacities for production in order to close the gaps for access and to improve global health. I wish you a very fructiferous Congress and that will boost this transformation in the direction. Thank you very much.
Continuing then with this opening ceremony of the 8th International Pharmaceutical Congress, Russia-Nicaragua, we will hear from Dr. Marta Reyes Alvarez, Minister of Health of the Republic of Nicaragua. Good morning to all special guests, national and international, to this 8th Russia-Nicaragua Pharmaceutical Congress. To all of those who are here present at this inauguration of this event that will be taking place the next 2 days, 22nd and 23rd May. I would like to begin by establishing a little bit the importance of the Institute, and that has been a product that has been on for now 8 years, and that's of biological products in the region and the Caribbean. And this is now can only be done by coordinated and solidary work between our good government and that of Russia. We recognize the importance of having a unique biotechnological plant in Central America to strengthen health by producing pharmaceutical products that are safe, effective, and accessible rather, to improve the health of the Nicaraguan people, but also to improve the quality of life of the population. In from the Ministry of Health, this project that includes international development has been strengthening the following aspects. This project has strengthened our regulating authorities at the Ministry of Health through the transfer of technology, experience, and knowledge that has allowed us to advance in the development of pharmacological products that are of high quality, certified, and produced using technology that comply with international standards. Our regulatory authority has been working and on key elements of the manufacture and distributing of the vaccines by following all of the regulatory framework, and we have had significant progress in the past few years in the function of the National Regulatory Authority, in the capacity of our staff, but also the compliance of our institutional work that we are doing, and that will be concluded in 2024. Another important aspect has been the support and promotion of vaccines as an efficient way of fighting against viral diseases and epidemics, expanding the protection of our population through vaccines against inflammation, and helping the most vulnerable vaccines, and that helps adults as well as children. This year, we began a national vaccine campaign against influenza for the year 2004, in which we will be protecting about 900,000 persons, which is for us a fundamental success here in Nicaragua. At the beginning, in the first stage, starting as of 2007, we were injecting 250 to 300,000, but now we are beyond 1 million doses per year. This for us is a key step forward in the component of the expanded program in the country, because it establishes a fundamental protection for more vulnerable groups, such as our elderly persons, pregnant women, and so on. We think that this progress and development developed by the different institutions is a priority of our government, and we were, with the Social Security Institute, the UNAN, CEMED of Cuba, which has been absolutely fundamental in terms of regulatory aspects, and the Ministry of Health, and now we have access to through the Mexican Institute of the Convacel vaccine, and also the BPH to protect cervical uterine cancer, which was introduced last year. So we are now already in the campaign of the second doses to protect our girls from between 10 and 14 years. There has been a major effort, and this complies with the priority of our national reconciliation and unity government to restore the health, the right to health of our population, but through health that is decent, that is comprehensive, that is free, and that is provided through our health workers and our organized community with quality and with love. And we continue to advance. We think that the progress made in the development of this project have been successful. And we are certain that this eighth Congress will have the meet its the goals as set for its success. And we are now already, for example, in advanced studies of dengue vaccines, transfer of Convacel to continue fighting COVID, and other coordinated strategies that will benefit our population. So we once again and are certain that this Congress will be successful, and we will be continuing to promote local production to improve the health of all women, all men in Nicaragua. Thank you most kindly. To conclude this inaugural session, Daria Klioshko, Director for Transitional and Innovation and Medicine of the the Federal Medical Biological Agency of the Russian Federation. Unfortunately, at the moment, the interpreters cannot hear. In the Here we go. In the first place, I would like to thank the Blessed Republic of Nicaragua that has welcomed us with a warm climate, but also the warmth of the people and the warmth of the hearts, and the joint work of our scientists of our countries are things that bring us together. I am very, very pleased to greet you from this platform of the 8th Congress that is meeting and that contributes to experts, specialists who support the students from different countries. And I'm also very pleased to see a number of specialists from the Russian Federation that represent the Federal Medical Biological Agency. These people are experts in their field, and we are very, very pleased to continue our cooperation in the sphere of pharmacological development, in the carrying out of clinical trials, biological tests, the promotion of new pharmacological products, the location of an example of which is the Convacel vaccine, which has already been mentioned several times. The Federal Medical Biological Agency is promoting a number of pharmacological projects that may be useful, we believe, in Central America and in Latin America. We have registered a, a, the pneumococcal vaccine, and we think we will soon begin the trials for the vaccine against dengue. We will be mentioning this, I am sure, several times today, and as Laureano Ortega said, we are struggling for a new world order, and the interaction of experts the interaction of new specialists, young specialists in particular, is what fills us with the trust and the hope that our joint effort in the preparation of pharmacological products will help us to uh, resist uh, threats now, present, and in future. I hope you have a very, very fruitful uh, event, that you ask all questions you wish, to which I hope you'll get the best possible answers. I wish you all the best for the next 2 days. Thank you. We would like to thank all those so special guests. We thank the members of the Presidium who addressed us, and all of those present here at the 8th Pharmaceutical and International Pharmaceutical Congress. We will take a short break, and immediately after that, we will hear about the location of productive capacity, and that will be the first speech that we will be hearing after the break.
It's good for me. It's good for you. Nothing either of us say or do can change the way you feel tonight. Sometimes it just leaves aside. One thing before you go, just one thing that you got to know. No one will ever touch me that way, the way that you did that very first day. And I never be the same without you here. I'll live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No, I'll never be the same without your love. I'll live alone, tried so hard to rise above. The years go by, there's always someone new to try and help me forget about you. Time and again, it does me no good. Love never feels the way that it should. Love you then, I guess I'll love you forever. And we could just start over again, and I'll never be the same without you here. I'll live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No one can never be the same without your love. I'll live alone, tried so hard to rise above. It's good for me, it was good for you. Nothing in our office can say or do can change the way you feel today. Sometimes it just slips away. Just one thing, you go. Just one thing that you got to know. No one will ever touch me that way. The way that you did that very first day. And I'll never be the same without you here. Live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No, I'll never be the same without your love. I live alone, try so hard to rise above. Never knew what you were never knew what you could. When you put your arms around me, I got a fever that's hard to bear.
keep my feet when you kiss me. Fever when you hold me tight. Fever and the moon. Fever all through the night. The sun lights up the playtime. Moon lights up in the night. I am Monday. You are treating you right. When you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Everybody's got the fever. That is something you know. Fever isn't such as nothing. Fever started a long time ago. Oh, the old of Juliet. Juliet, she felt the same. All his songs around her. He said to the bed, your mama played, you gave her faith. When we get there, fever with the following gift. Fever, I'm on fire. Fever, you're a burning yourself. God bless me, I'm called the moon. Out every minute of prayer. When I started trying to heal him, she said that your don't you get gives me fever. With his kisses, fever when you hold me tight. Fever, I miss missing. Daddy, won't you treat me right? Now you've listened to my story. Here's the point that I have made. Chicks were born to keep the fever. Be a funny head or a sunny grade that gave you fever. When you kiss them, fever if you leave them not. Fever, till you season. What a lonely way to burn. What a lovely 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 way to burn. When will the stars all disappear? When will it lead us from here? With no loving in our souls and no milk in our cold. So
You might say you're satisfied, but as you just you can't say you will never you it's time to say goodbye. I still have mom's trees would have so much seems to smoke. Yes, there is when you're able to why will it let us from here? I'm just well, those clouds always repeat.
Sí, also. Sí, sí, dos, sí. Dos, sí. Sí.
These are the things I can do. Come
Dos,
talking to you. Come in my mountains. You shouldn't have to sell your soul in black and they really, really ought to know those try but took you for a fucking ball. Here's you. You shouldn't have to jump or jump. You shouldn't have to shout or just shout. These are things I can do. Come on, talking to me. Come on, baby, you. You've taken down your guard. If I could change your mind, I really love to break your heart.
I really love to show your heart. Lady on love, these are the things I can do. Come talking to you. Come
Probando sonido. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Please, let's go back to our seats. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yes. Hi. Hi.
Invitamos a todos, por favor, a pasar al salón. Recordemos,
We ask everyone to come back to the main hall so that we can continue with today's program. Everyone, please come back to the hall.
por favor, pasemos todos al salón. Ya vamos a dar
Please, let's all move to the hall. We're going to get started.
Bienvenidos y bienvenidas.
Welcome all to the panel one section, localization of productive capabilities. Let's remember that this panel is scheduled from 9:30 to 11:30 of the morning in the AM. Here is the coordinator, Sergey Arakalov, the chief of the Office of Advisors of Serums and Vaccines Institute of St. Petersburg, Russia. Sebastian Rapdano would be our main presenter. He's the chief of development of the Scientific Institute of Serums and Vaccines of St. Petersburg, Russia. The subject is the creation of vaccines through research, medical registry, and the example of the Combacel vaccine. He will do the presentation of all the participants of this panel. We're going to start our first session that is dedicated to the localization. I am the moderator, Sergey Arakela, and I work as an advisor in the Institute of Serums and Vaccines of Russia. We will be speaking about not only in regards to the localization from a technical perspective, but also in a political perspective. The COVID-19 pandemic, presented a different perspective in terms of health. And we know how the great program COVAX was created when the countries that had received a lot of money for the creation of vaccines, that they had to present these vaccines to countries in development. And that didn't happen because when there are difficulties, each country only worries about themselves and their own friends. In regards to this session, we will take a look at our vision of the different processes. The participants are German Shipublin, Jergev Nativ, an advisor of SBNIF in Russia, the advisor of the Segment Directive, General Director of Laboratorios Ramos in Nicaragua, Ramos Laboratory in Nicaragua, distributor of Blue Cross in Nicaragua, a specialist of pharmaceutical marketing in the Institute of Menchnikov, joint director for the development of new medicine in the Institute of Russia, and some members of our panel are going to be online. Kulam Patavare from India, Han Kwan, the Director of Development of Innovax in China, manager for the Latin American region from China. On my part, I would like to thank you for this wonderful event, and I want to say that I was the happy participant of the first event that happened in Nicaragua, and now we're working on the 8th Pharmaceutical Congress. So I'm very excited from the perspective of a person that participated since Congress #1. I can see that what you have achieved here is very impressive. Many of you had said that this was going to be an insipid collaboration, but not at all. This was a great success. We have been very lucky because great potential was created. The Menshnikov Institute, which we didn't even imagine could happen in the first Congress. Now we have the Excellent Institute. And in this institute, the production for Latin American countries, not only for Nicaragua, was brought to reality through the vaccine against the flu. And now we're presenting a new product called Basel. And with this example of this new product, the Sebastian Raptano presentation will explain to us this type of medication. And this is a kind of vaccine that's used in an emergency situation like a pandemic, so that the next pandemic doesn't take us by surprise. This was not the first one, the last one. Sebastian, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey Alexandros. Dear participants of the panel, esteemed participants of the Congress and organizers, I'm very happy to be here as a part of this event, and it is an honor to me to start this conversation on the localization of the potential of production and to speak how the elements of the pharmaceutical company are created through the localization of production, the registry, and the trials, and to see it through the Convacel example, the Convacel vaccine example. I believe that it's important to start speaking about why the localization of production begins. And the most important thing to understand is to see the key problems that are pushing us to this option. First of all, we have to highlight that we have global challenges to overcome, such as the limitation of access to medicine. we depend on import because of the absence of local manufacturing and the difficulties in the logistics chain, and that leads to the lack of equality in health in the different parts of the world. And this is the first point that we have to consider when we talk about localizing pharmaceutical production. And this discovers a series of great problems that we have to discuss. And we have to take different measures and take on resolutions to overcome these challenges. For example, problems in the supply chain when we depend on global suppliers. If these problems are not solved, this causes a local deficit of the pharmaceuticals and vaccines, as we have seen in the past, and how Mr. Arakelev had mentioned that locally the unequal distribution of vaccines is evident. The abuse of the use of external pharmaceuticals, because this also limits distribution of these pharmaceuticals. In general, there isn't always the potential of development of pharmaceuticals at a local level, and it isn't easy to be able to produce the necessary pharmaceuticals at a local level. These are the key problems, but I also want to talk about of what the localization or the localizing of production needs to specifically address. First of all, we have to increase the self-sufficiency of local manufacturers and reduce dependency on import or imported products. When locally you can produce the necessary amounts of pharmaceuticals that serve public health, we are able to overcome this. Second of all, is to create a provisional access, not with any delays, but make sure pharmaceuticals reach the population in time. Third of all, is a financial growth, because when you have local production, you create jobs, you create infrastructure to provide service to this producers, you create new careers that didn't exist before at a local level. And in general, in terms of health, there is an increase in an economic growth. And we see the success when medication is administered on time. When the time of administration is shortened, the positive effects are greater. We also want to discuss the solutions. Technological transfer is important to create association with pharmaceutical companies at a global level to exchange technologies and experiences, taking into consideration other companies, other countries that have already walked this path. They have experiences and knowledge they can share with us. And also, the assimilated knowledge will provide a lot of help to new producers, to new manufacturers. Scientists share their knowledge happily, their scientific knowledge and technical knowledge happily, and that allows for a local experience to be created. And this allows us to take advantage of experiences to solve our own problems. Creation of infrastructure, because to be able to manufacture locally, you must build spaces for this purpose. Without investing in infrastructure and new places for production, there's no way to solve the issues of localization. And another solution is to create the education and training of the specialists, creating training programs on advanced technologies of pharmaceutical production and also local and international regulations. I would like to go from the general aspect to the specific aspect, to take a look at the concrete issues that we are facing and that we were able to observe during localization. First of all, I would like to look at the process of the internal transfer of technology. First of all, is planification, because without planning, we will not be able to start a good project. So we have to analyze the requirements and the demands of the market, the possibilities of the infrastructure. How is the health system formed and based upon? What is it based upon? Also create a detailed plan afterwards of how you could cover all the needs that exist. Thirdly, create union and cooperation with the global participants in the market, with the local institutes and the local parties, local stakeholders, because we not always the only the manufacturers are involved in this. The pharmaceutical industry has a lot of stakeholders and key players that have different objectives, and we need to create a cooperation amongst them. Finally, we have to evaluate the requirements obtaining certificates, licenses, and authorizations for new production. And it's important to interact with the local regulating entities to be able to understand and interpret correctly the different requirements that are needed to receive from the local regulating entities the necessary authorizations, design the local infrastructure. When a production needs to happen, either have to build something or modernize or adapt something that has already been built, to be able to apply the good practices required for the production of safe products that serve and benefit the health system. Then we have to train the personnel and create these training programs so that they have the necessary theoretical and scientific knowledge for the application and production of the pharmaceutical. We also have to include quality control because personnel needs to be able to guarantee the quality of the pharmaceutical so that we have products that are of high quality and value. And then assimilation of the new technology. This is the time when we start to create the unique experience because when you close that gap between knowledge from the part that transfers the technology to the part that receives that technology, you have an experience that occurs during that time, and that's where you have a possibility for local producers to show their competence and their knowledge, to showcase their competence and knowledge. And this is the moment of creation through this process. This is where it begins. The pilot production and validation, this is just a matter of regulation. When we have to show that in this new production site, we are producing a pharmaceutical that has good quality, assurance and quality control, assurance of quality and quality control are necessary in a new location. After the validation batch, it's important to do a quality control and quality assurance, make sure we get the approval of the regulating entities, and then it's until then that we can reach high scale production and the distribution of these new products. And the next moments that are very important in this process, well, the next steps that are very important in this process is the post-marketing follow-up. Because when you have new products, it is necessary to see what are the changes that are present in the new location. Here, it's very important to have a constant exchange of information and feedback from the health system and their continuous support because taken into consideration this feedback, it's important to improve the products. All this represents our process that will allow us to use new pharmaceutical technologies in new places and guarantee the production potential at a high quality level. And now I'm going to move to the Convacel example, and I'm going to tell you what challenges come up when you localize production and how do you overcome them. There's are specific details that I would ask you to pay attention to. Of course, I'm not going to mention all the difficulties that we face, but there are things that I want to communicate when we talk about the transfer technology in Nicaragua. First of all, it's the difference in equipment because it's impossible or very expensive to recreate completely a a production space in a new platform. There's always a difference in the equipment that we use. This is one of the difficulties that we need to overcome. Also, the consumables are different because we have different producers, we have different suppliers and distributors. And locally, you can distinguish them very strongly from the part that is transferring, the stakeholder that is transferring the technology and information. And we have to analyze the possibilities to find alternatives or substitutes that work, but always guaranteeing the quality of the pharmaceutical. And there are also cases where the receptor doesn't have the equipment. They don't have this type of equipment. And this one is a very simple solution. We have to find it or buy it. The analytical transfer is another aspect that presents a lot of challenges. First of all, the lack of equipment or reactives that in this place weren't used before. This is another problem that we have to solve, and naturally we have to adjust and form the logistic and the supply chain for them. This is an aspect that's very important that we have to work on and overcome. Luckily, in Nicaragua, all this happened to be very easy to do. If we don't achieve or we're not able to create these methods of control, there are ways to work with the labs, the third party labs of the friends companies or partner companies that can create these competencies and not depend on external factors that could be difficult to overcome. For example, for Convacel and the transfer from Russia to Nicaragua, it's very important to take into consideration the change of climate zone because after working with the stability programs and the cold chain and switching from a different location, this challenge was important. Part of this analytical transfer, the technology transfer and scientific transfer is important.
The knowledge about the pharmaceutical product does not have to stay apart from production. It is very important that the specialists of the new production site or center know what kind of pharmaceutical product that is and know about all the aspects of the product, the intermediate, the finalized product, how it has to behave, and this requires the specialists to increase their knowledge and skills in the branches where they may not have been working before. From this point of view of the file for the register, it is very important to have a translation that does not alter the documents, because in these documents, the knowledge is rooted about the knowledge about this product and all the data that allow it to be reproduced and to thus obtain quality products. And this is a very important detail as well. In summary, for the successful location of this production, we need a strong motivation in order to be able to reach the proposed target. We have to find the manufacturers. We have to eliminate inequalities and risks that may arise. We need a lot of patience to overcome the differences and find adequate words at the management level, at the linear local management, in order to overcome all obstacles. We have to be able to adapt to all kinds of changes that are related to this new location. We have to be ready and prepared for anything unexpected. And the part that transfers the technology knows it will then start looking at it with different eyes, because when we are in our own environment, we cannot assume a different perspective. But if we are in a different country, then we realize that there are people that do not know anything about your pharmaceutical product and may suddenly discover something that is new and unexpected for the producer. And all this communication contributes to the processes. And this also contributes highly to the preparation of specialists. Now I will talk about the Convacel vaccine, which is the most concrete and particular example. What pharmaceutical product is that? What results do we have? It is a vaccine against COVID infection, and it is based on nucleocapsid proteins that is in the structure and can be used for the population over the age of 18 years. This has already been researched. We have achieved a high efficacy or efficiency of this vaccine to 85%. The vaccine was able to reduce the transmission of the disease. And in the second phase of the clinical trials, we have been able to show that the production of the immunological reaction or response is present in 100% of all people vaccinated. I will now show you very briefly the route of development of this vaccine. In the year 2020, we started the search of the objectives of the antigens, and dozens of feasible options were looked at, and 2 variants were chosen from these for the clinical trials in March 2021. In the first phase, we confirmed the immunogenicity, safety, and the protective properties that were proven in hamsters. Then we started the clinical trials, and in the year 2022, the Russian Federation certificate was obtained after the finalization of all necessary trials. And after that, a permission was given for the use of the vaccine in emergency cases in Nicaragua. Here, the experience started of applying this vaccine. That was not only in Nicaragua, but also in countries that are friends to Nicaragua. And it was able to show that the vaccine has a high level of immunogenicity and efficiency in all patient groups. The first and second phase showed that this vaccine is easily tolerable by the population. There were no adverse events, just small reactions in the point of injection, which is quite common for any kind of pharmaceutical product that is applied by injection. In the second phase, the greatest group, the placebo group, 1 and double vaccine people, we showed very high levels of immunogenicity. And it was shown, what was very interesting to us, that this effect lasted over a year. The The immunity against through antibodies could last over 1 year. And here you can see also the levels of cellular immunity, and on both sides, left and right, you can see the cytotoxic levels, which are relevant for immunity. Now, this kind of immunity is able to combat a COVID infection and to protect a person effectively. In the second phase, 2B, we tested the possibility of giving the vaccine once, and then we compared this to a double vaccination in order to amplify towards the levels of to the age group 60 and more, over 60. And here we could see that the immunity, the humoral immunity, as well as the cellular immunity, were practically identical, whether the people were vaccinated once or twice. So we opted to limit it to one vaccine, which is quite comfortable. And in the age group of over 60, the results were identical to the main general group. And all this data is published in open source magazines and reviews. And in the third phase, which lasted from June to July 2023, we had a large number of volunteers that participated in this trial, including 29 centers on the Russian territory, and we screened 5,731 volunteers, and over 180 days over this period, we evaluated them to evaluate the efficiency. And 3,486 people were the group of vaccine people, and 1,743 were the placebo group. As this trial lasted over several years, we had many volunteers, and many volunteers had already had contact with the virus or had already received some other pharmaceutical product. Then in the screening, we realized that there were about 30% of people that had had some kind of contact, and in the placebo group, the percentage was the same, but it did not compromise the efficacy in any way. Among the vaccines, we had 8 persons that got sick, and that was confirmed by third analysis, and in the placebo group, we had 27. When we look at these data from a statistical point of view, we can see that the efficacy reached 85.2% and even reached 93.3%, which is to say that in this selection of patients that we have studied, we have reached the primary objectives of the study, which was to prove that this vaccine is efficient. And I haven't mentioned this before, but this vaccine is really very safe because there were no adverse effects that needed any kind of medical therapy. All adverse effects were solved in a maximum period of time of 24 hours. And you can see here the very slow growth of the number of persons that fell ill among the group of the vaccine people. Contrary to that, among the group of the people of the placebo testing, the number rose quickly. And then we have some columns of the adverse effects. Basically, the main effects were just around the site of injection, and other kinds of effects were quite rare. And as we can see in the placebo group, among the placebo group, these effects were even more. So we could not find any direct connection between the vaccine and these disorders. As along the period of 3 years, we vaccinated several millions of doses, and in the framework of the vaccine and pharmaceutical surveillance, we had no kind of adverse phenomena. Here you can see some statistics about this experience of the use in Nicaragua and in Russia. In both countries, we have already a large experience with this vaccine. Here, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to tell you about our experience and everything related to the location of new pharmaceutical products. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sebastian. And colleagues, I would like to remind you that we have to heed the regulation because we have just heard the presentation about the use of the vaccine. And we saw that this worked out perfectly well. 3 years ago, we were talking about the concept, and we were saying that it would probably be something that could contribute to control this infection. And now we are already producing this. And we have many vaccines against COVID-19, and all this experience has to be taken into account when we speak about the strategic planning. And we have a Center for Strategic Planning that was created under Veronika Skortsova when she was minister. And now a representative of the center will present to us under the following question. What new threats have arisen for the future in the framework of this fight against COVID? And what does that mean for the strategic planning against new pandemics in the future? Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to all of you. It's my first visit to Nicaragua, and I'm very impressed by this Congress. My presentation is not a presentation on location, but I would like to quote a distinguished politician. And he said that generals normally prepare for wars that have already finished. And in order for this not to happen, we need to prepare for future battles in the epidemiological field. The wars, the epidemiological wars for the future, and many people speak about this, many distinguished people, for example, the WHO, he said that in spite of the COVID pandemic in the world, we had to wait for more terrible pandemics than the COVID. And the same was said by the President of the United States in the Congress of African countries. He said that the next epidemic that is even more disastrous than COVID was lying ahead. And in 2018, the WHO WHO proposed the concept of disease X, which is due to a pathogen that is absolutely new, unknown, that could appear artificially or naturally, maybe even through a bioterrorism attack. It could be through bacteria, fungi, protozoes, and it would be even more dangerous than SARS, COVID, and Zika. So that means we have to prepare for future pandemics caused by disease X. Here we only mentioned 3 causes, and there are, of course, many more. I think the most important are the natural evolution of pathogens and contact with humans through new infectious agents, as well as bioterrorism. Let's see very shortly all these causes. As you know, that throughout the history of mankind, humans have suffered different pandemics, and the record pandemics were the pest in the Middle Ages, when up to 200 million people died. And then in the last century and in this century, we had several pandemics. On this slide, you can see, for example, the Spanish flu, which had 50 million victims, and another 30, 40 million died through HIV. And we calculate that at least 7 million people died due to COVID. However, we have to recognize that the statistics are very weak, because the exact numbers about COVID victims are not very clear, and some even estimate them to be over 30 million. And in a similar fashion than that, the Spanish flu. So many articles have been written about this, and some say that pandemics will never be eliminated, that they will be always present with us, and that the 5 most important pathogens, as you can see in the statistics, we have a growth of 5% up to 10% per year. And if this dynamic is kept up, then the number of outbreaks will give us 4 times more deaths. Another cause seen by the WHO, which we have to talk about, are the studies on gain of function and loss of function. I think you all know about this. And he writes about what is happening in the world as to experiments with microorganisms. And I quote, "The changes that have been achieved in the laboratories all around the world have contributed to their proliferation, and the symptoms of the carrying organism." And here we have the names of people of different countries that are leaders in this research, such as China, United States, France, and others. It is also very important to understand under what conditions this work is done. The majority is working on BSL-2, 25% work on BSL-3, and some don't even know on what level. So in all lines, these efforts are made. And these pathogens have been modified. We speak of priones, parasites, fungi, bacteria, and viruses, also coronavirus. And here we don't really know how COVID started. One of our hypotheses is that this is a result of experiments, that there was a leak in a lab, and this hypothesis has not yet been confirmed or eliminated. And United States eliminated some financing, but there's still research being made, and there is evidence that people working on the modification of these fungi and viruses could have been terrorists, because we have the example of the year 2001. There was an attack of anthrax spori, and 2 senators of the Democratic Party received letters with this pathogen, and 5 people even died. 22 people were infected. And the person that sent out these letters was Mr. Bruce Ivans of the Institute of Medical Research of Infectious Diseases of the United States Army in Maryland. He created this strain of anthrax as a basis for biological weapons, and he sent them out to all his enemies. what I am telling you is that there can be causes from new pandemics that are even more dangerous than the COVID-19 pandemic. So if we look for peace, we need to prepare for war. We have to develop new diagnostics methods, new pharmaceutical products, new vaccines to confront these future pandemics. And now I want to talk to you about the surveillance in the Strategic Planning Center where I work in order to simplify a little bit the means of surveillance, control, and immunoprevention. I will not tell you what is happening at a global scale, and I know about Russia. When we have an unknown pathogen, we need to be able to identify it. This is what we see on the lower part of the slide. And we have to create a universal tool to make this kind of diagnostics. This is our idea here. It's an idea that we have been developing for 5 years in our strategic planning center. You can see in a very simplified form, we could have an unknown pathogen, and the question is how can we identify this pathogen if the patient is falls sick due to such an unknown pathogen. And we will create some special songs, and these will include different species of pathogens. 15 years ago, we thought about this idea. We are not the only ones working on this in this field. This is happening all over the world, but we are one of the most advanced groups, and we have worked out the algorithm, and we need some hours to identify this unknown pathogen. Not for hours. The most important thing is the sensitivity, and it is a little less sensitive. There are other alternatives as well, and much worse alternatives as well, much less sensitive. And we have been able to identify all kinds of species, viruses, and significant, clinically very significant species as well. Here we have a panel. We are working on the adaptation of these panels for their verification, and one of our plans is to register these lists for the future generations. So these are the generalized data of our work that we have been carrying out since the last years. We are speaking of 42 pathogens of birds, and we are at present capturing birds all over the Russian territory to analyze the pathogens. We also have pathogens for bats. We have already studied over 1,000 bats and birds. And in the case of the bats, we have detected many unknown viruses, about 560 variants of viruses, and over 380 are viruses that are completely unknown up to date. They are transported by bats. They could be pathogens for different diseases. In order to simplify this approach, we are working out technology through nanopore sequences. We use a pin drive, and you can see how we use it. There's an innovative aspect. The advantages are that the study will only take about 5 hours. We can analyze whether there is a coronavirus or not, and what kind of virus it is. This is an essential, fundamental approach to be able to identify any unknown pathogens. As to Russia, we have created a new gadget that is called nanopore. And from this gadget that was produced in the United Kingdom to the Russian production and in Latin America, and we are planning to collect data through this gadget. And we are now working with the enterprise to create flow cells for this kind of gadget for a more complete study based on the British technology. As to the platforms for rapid identification, we know that viruses and bacteria can provoke concrete diseases, and we have to scale the diagnostics. And as you know, we have specific diagnostic methods for COVID. And I think COVID was really the golden age for the PCR because it is an exact method. It is very complete, very expensive, and very long. So our idea is how I see the development of the diagnostics methods and how they can not only work with COVID, but also with our other pathogens. So we need to find a way to make this kind of diagnostics at home and at workplaces so we can reach a much larger coverage. The MDX technology is a quick technology. It only needs some minutes. And we have the point of care methodology at the bed of the patient, and then we have other methods such as PCR, which is not able to include all the people in a certain space, such as a theater concert hall. So we need a technology that gives us the ability to detect a virus in seconds. So we created 5 gadgets in our centers, an electronic nose, and only 2 companies are working on this at a global scale. We have had success with this gadget and we have made thousands of tests. It is a technology that is based on field transistors or transmitters. You can see the heart of this gadget is colored in green and it has some metals. And in the case of this, it does not really detect the virus or bacteria. It analyzes the gases. So it works like the nose of a dog or some other animal. And then there's artificial intelligence that analyzes this platform or that works on this platform to identify COVID and differentiate between patients that have the disease and those that do not. You can see that in 30 seconds, this gadget will know whether you have COVID or not. And it can be installed in any kind of public space or airports where we have a lot of affluence of persons and everybody can pass through this equipment and we will know immediately who has COVID and who does not. And we can have some red and green lights shining up to indicate whether we have a person here with some kind of infection. We call it the electronic nose. As I've already said, the sensitiveness is very high. The specificity is lower. This does not make us in any way afraid because the efficiency is very, very high. At an airport or when you get up on a plane, this is a very useful method. Of course, we have to extrapolate this technology for other kinds of diseases as well. We could reach 90% in case of other diseases, and this could be a kind of diagnostics also for tuberculosis. It could mean a revolution because if in a hospital the person is just breathing into this tube of this gadget, it would be a very easy and very quick form to understand whether the person has tuberculosis or not. Excuse me, I am talking very fast, but I also want to talk to you about more methods of identification for diseases.
What I'm showing here is a new version of an optimized service for the APOC, NDXPOC system, and the expression of the result also takes some time, and it can be compared to the tests based on some lines. The sensitivity and specificity of it is improving, and we are patenting this technology. At this time, we are writing an article and publish in an foreign magazine. And here you can see how this technology works with the technology that is called higher. And here we have a testing system based on isothermic amplification. As you know, the WHO has changed the standards recently, and the pathogens that we are trying to use in this machine really fits in the new standards of the WHO. But obviously, we have to check and update this list. So here I'm going to finish the first part of my presentation, and I'm going to move on to the next one, which is our plans to prepare for the next pandemic. For the control, on one part, we are trying to prepare for the setting the basis for the new vaccines, and we should start with what we did in regards to some pathogens. So what do? We use the platform based on EV10. It's a vector that is adeno-associated to UV. To V. It's a mix of three vectors that code different antibodies, and we use this focus to to treat HIV. And here you can see the results of our work. We take 8 antibodies and we create 9. We make 9 pharmaceuticals. We bought a foreign facility to try different serotypes, and we saw that there is a neutralization in several uh, variants of viruses. And if we combine some of these machines, we can reach a 100% efficiency. We make one vaccine, we vaccinate one person with a combination of pharmaceuticals, and for 1 year, the person can stop taking any kind of medication or injecting any kind of medication, and we can even reach a results that last for about a year and a half. And this is what the previous results have shown with the lab animals. This pharmaceutical is in a stage of preclinical trials. We are moving on to clinical trials, and as you understand, this takes a long time. This is going to take about 4 years. It's a very long and expensive process, as you can understand. We are going to have 2 different pharmaceuticals made up of a different combination of antibodies. Yes, I am finishing in a second. And this is the first same thing we did for SARS-CoV-2, influenza. This is the same pharmaceutical. In terms of influenza, we're not going to treat it with this pharmaceutical specifically, but this virus that we had in the United States and with the cows, it worked. So this is a genetical engineering that is very advanced and very in depth, and we are developing the technologies for the determination of the different types of diseases. So what we do is to do some experiments in mice. We kill we implant a virus in their brain, like HIV, and we see how HIV is developing in the infected mice. Here you can see the first results. We can see that within the cells, the HIV is absorbed. And the last thing I wanted to say is that another one of our creations that might be of interest for Nicaragua, it's a universal platform for the creation of vaccines based on the Vaccinia MVA. There are companies abroad that are dedicated to creating this vector, and what we did in Russia is that we created a universal vaccine against the influenza, 4 types of dengue virus, and we started a vaccine against the West Nile virus. And I'm just going to show you 2 more slides. This is how this Univac flu vaccine works because it's universal. It's universal because we choose the most representative antibodies and we work with them, and that's how you can see the efficiency of the vaccine. Um, you can see with the H1N1 vaccine, it's a pretty high level of efficacy, and you can have a universal vaccine and then one that's more that's specific for dengue. Here are the data that we receive, and we work together with my colleague. And here we show you how this vaccine works when we are creating or making these antibodies for dengue. We did all kinds of tests and we thought the results were very promising. Now we're going to move on to the clinical stage in the development of this vaccine. Well, thank you. This was my presentation, and if you have any questions, I will answer. Thank you, Herman. Now we are uh, very at ease with our future because we are moving forward with our eyes open. Now we are going to speak on the localization on a global tendency. So localization at a global level is not something that one person does, or one country does. We need to have solidarity and to be able to localize the industry. We're going to talk about other countries that participate in this cooperation, such as China. And today we're going to give the floor to Innovac, to Mr. Han Huang from China, that will speak to us about the importance of the mechanism of localization when preparing for pandemics. The questions are the following. Which countries already have working experience in China, like Innovax, that has Innovax has a working experience with Nicaragua? What other Latin American countries work with this company from the perspective of localization and the production? San Juan, go ahead, you have the floor.
Mr. Han Juan is to address us via Zoom, but at the moment we cannot hear him. Thank you. Good day, dear colleague and friends. Sí.
En el Zoom.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Sí, yo sé. Realmente, ahora también se ha perdido el audio dentro de la sala, así que estamos esperando que se componga el problema técnico. Right. Unfortunately, at the moment, we cannot hear what is being said in the room, so we are quite incapable of proceeding with the translation. Once the technical problem is overcome, we will be right back with you. Ahora, no, leave it alone. Leave it alone. We are still.
Ждем еще одну минуту и переходим к следующему докладчику. Не получается. Ну что ж, это можно перенести на следующий доклад. Давайте сделаем так. Сейчас мы переходим к следующему докладчику. Эхо уберите, пожалуйста. И в случае, если вы сможете включить Елену Флойд, то, соответственно, вернемся к этому докладу. В эту пандемию выяснилось, как много зависит от регуляторики и ее способности быстро подстроиться под изменяющиеся ситуации. Если раньше у нас вакцина работала.
Now that we are in the COVID pandemic. To these
Gustaría agradecer a los organizadores por la invitación para participar
I would like to
en eso. Fundamental también en este proceso de transferencia de tecnología y de apoyo a los países hermanos de Rusia y Nicaragua. Y en cuanto al tema de la localización de las capacidades productivas, vamos a hablar un poco de los sistemas reguladores y como decía nuestro moderador, de nuestra experiencia. Como todos conocemos, existen los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible con un plan de desarrollo para alcanzar hasta el año 2030. No los voy a mencionar todos, pero solo expresar que el que está resaltado es asegurar el acceso a tecnología sanitaria.
and sanitary technology, and it has a high component linked to regulating processes that are also part or have an essential role in the opportune access to innovative projects, especially in situations of emergency. As we all know, there is an international group in our international context. There's a number of elements that are affecting the reaching of sustainable development, and one of these is universal health and a good situation of health for the world population by the year 2030. And we face new challenges in all these factors that impact the inequality that exists in the different countries regarding no matter what their economic status may be, and often there's only limited access to health, and in some occasions there are no ways to fight diseases and so on. So it's very encouraging what we just heard in Russia, how they are carrying out all these new technologies, including diagnostic means. We have sufficient productive capacities in some areas of the world, and as mentioned, the global challenges that we face from a sanitary standpoint and a health standpoint, and the most recent was a COVID-19 pandemic that put humanity in a situation of total crisis, and many countries were worse off because they didn't have access to products, and the borders were closed, and they just had no access to vaccines. They could not even import the necessary vaccines, or had no access to the new technologies that were being developed on an urgent basis so as to deal with the particular situation, which in this case was COVID-19. At this point in time, when the pandemic took place, we all, and it's something that many of us knew already, but the centralization of productive capacity, especially of vaccines and biological products, which are high technology products and high cost, and were localized in a rather small group of countries. And there's a large number of countries in the world, and and just here in Latin America, many are not capable of producing these innovative medications. The unequal distribution also became quite clear during the pandemic. The vaccines were developed, including all the required regulations and normative aspects. But even then, once they were done, the problems of distribution and the unequal distribution among countries, uh, and as I say, closed borders. Some countries had access and others did not. In addition, we have evidence that the question of global supply is fragile and did not really do particularly well, especially in less developed countries or developing countries. And one of the things we all learned, including the regulators during the pandemic, was to work in a coordinated and collaborative fashion, not only among regulators, but also the regulators and the regulated sector, academe, and the various, and the health sector in general. This collaborative approach has other important aspects. One of these is available allocation of funds. And one of these things that brings us together here, which is also that the business aspect of making medications and the needs and demands of the population be brought together, and the synergy that needs to be created so that in these situations avoid overlapping of efforts. And also it became quite clear that there is a need to have strengthened regulatory capacity that would then be able to deal in an opportune fashion with the kind of situation that we confronted once COVID-19 came to the fore. Now, the promotion of health and technology became important to reach universal health coverage, and so it's important that in the World Health Organization, a new area was created in the area for access, pre-qualification of products, and so on. A new directorate or unit was created specifically for the purpose. And during the pandemic, they began to meet on a yearly basis. And the last time was last year in the Netherlands. And they are calling the scientific community, regulators, sanitary experts, and so on, to regulate the transfer of technology so that countries that don't yet have local production capacities can, to some degree, through these collaborative approaches, uh, achieve productive capacity in the various regions and countries, so that when a new or another pandemic or it might be an epidemic comes about, they are in a situation to protect people's lives. And we think that Mexico and Nicaragua are a example of what we're talking about. It's been a successful technology transfer effort. And in Central America, it's very strategic, really, especially for this part of the continent, and to be able to bring this high technology, innovative new products to other regions of our continent. In this regard, we currently, one of the things we talk about a lot is that to stimulate local production through technology transfer or decisions as countries to establish productive capacities, as might have been the case of Cuba in the 80s, when it was a government policy to develop or biotechnological and pharmaceutical industry on the island. We talk about ecosystems, an effective ecosystem that allows for local production that will support us as regards access to the necessary products vis-a-vis situations of health emergency. And one of the things that are definitely a part of this kind of ecosystem that allows for this uh, productive capacity, coherent policies within different countries and between the different countries, so that it continues to be accessible to develop these medications in the various countries. And this has to do with markets, but it also means you need solid regulatory systems that allow for supporting these processes from the outset and allow for flexibilizing regulations at emergency moments, but through a regulatory system that, as I say, and I repeat, robust and efficient, so that there's faster access to the products needed under the kind of situations I was just talking about before. And before getting to this point here, in the case of Cuba, um, the experience during COVID was the work done jointly by all the different national actors that are linked in one way or another to the health sector, academe, sanitary exports, or biotechnological and pharmaceutical sector and industry. And they were called upon to achieve national capacity and have autonomy regarding the achievement of a product to fight COVID without having to import it. And as you then know, uh, Cuba developed 5 candidates, and 2 are now officially accepted and have been used in the country. They were exported, Abdallah among them. And that is then what helped us to move through the pandemic in the worst moments of the crisis. And this allowed us in turn to give then emergency permits for the use of vaccines early on and have them officially registered. One of the elements also that we need to mention is that in this setting, one important thing is the location of production. As regards the regulating agency, we talk about the flexibilization of the process, but also speeding up these processes. And one of the things that one hears most at international level is what is known as reliance in English, which in we call basically regulating confidence or trust. And this, of course, is a process that needs rules, regulations, and countries need to establish and allows recognizing the strengths and capacities of other authorities in the region that at international level have contributed to accelerating regulatory processes, especially in situations as the one we had in the case of COVID. Cuba worked not only internally, but also with other countries that were interested in acquiring or Cuban vaccines. And so there were a lot of work of regulatory cooperation was done between these countries while they were evaluating the processes, checking out the registers, visiting Cuba to see how the vaccines were being produced and so on, for a solid basic foundation and the reliance, as they say in English, and from this point of view, to facilitate the regulatory process. There are in our region countries that recognize other regulatory agencies from other countries. In the case of the pandemic, they work together regarding new resolutions to apply this kind of agreement that would then lead quickly to people's access to these different products. And that is something that also supports local production, because as we have seen already this morning, there's no great sense in transferring technology and then they bump into a, a regulatory process and then it takes months and months or years to be approved. Well, that's not terribly helpful. So there needs to be reliance, there needs to be trust, there needs to be confidence between the different regulatory agencies. And here, an authority has it must be independent, responsible, and accountable for the decisions that it takes. And it takes a decision, and then what it can use is information or the process or result of the regulating process from other agencies to be able to take its decision, which may be tacit acknowledgement of for example, good practices, manufacture, and so on. And that's very, very practical. During the pandemic, however, you couldn't go do international inspection of the plant that was producing the vaccine that you want to introduce in the country because the borders were closed. So this is the kind of difficulty that we need to overcome so that regulators not become the barrier to access. And the example of regulatory cooperation already exists. There are regional mechanisms in Central America is one of the examples. The technical regulations in Central America who do sanitary registries in the countries. There's already agreements in Africa, in Europe. There's collaborative agreements, and at an agency or group created. In the case of Africa, for example, the ASEUNA, where they evaluate different aspects of the member countries, and they have a single register for all the countries that participate in these regional mechanisms. And and also a place like Central America would be good too, because Panama, El Salvador, uh, for example, uh, acknowledge the work done by other regulating agencies. That's already so. We need more countries to join, of course. And then once something has been, let's say, if something is accepted in Cuba, then it can be automatically accepted in Panama, in El Salvador, and hopefully soon in other countries of Central America as well. I hope I have kept to my time frame. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Lisette. What we have just heard is that it's quite difficult to do. What we now require is 100 days to develop a vaccine for a pandemic. I don't know how we can do that because in the past we needed years. But now she said 100 days, and that is no joke. We have to be prepared for that. Dear colleagues, we were able finally to communicate with Elena Hue. We tried to do that in the part before, and now we have been able to. Now the communication works, everything is all right. No. Hello. Hello. Hola. 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 Okay. Okay. Wait. The second thing is that we are waiting for confirmations in our cooperation with Russia and terminated products. A pensar.
I see really.
We will now return to the topic of future pandemics. When we think of disease X that was mentioned in one of the presentations, and some specialists were asking me, is that a virus or bacteria? No, it is a virtual challenge that requires us to be prepared. It is the plan, our plan for preparedness to prevent this disease. It doesn't matter if it's a bacteria or a virus or whatever. And now I will pass the floor to Georgi Ignatiev with a question. What are the different options of these challenges? What kind of infections can you foresee as a specialist, as a virologist? What kind of threats might appear? What kind of X could catch us unprepared. I think we need to evaluate all risks that are possible for the immediate future. We have to take into account, for example, the mosquitoes that are expanding their habitat. We can expect an increase of diseases such as chikungunya and dengue and other diseases that have been forgotten in some cases, and in some cases are being reactivated now. I would not exclude the encephalogenia of horses and African diseases, the cases of Ebola. And in order to be prepared, we have to do what Herman has said in his presentation. Epidemiological surveillance and monitoring in your territory in order to find out about all changes that are taking place among bacteria and viruses in the territory. We have to make research in order to be prepared and for the case that pathogens from other countries come to your country. And taking into account that we spoke about location in pandemics and picking up the presentation of Herman again, we could speak of monitoring and what materials are used, how and with what materials the monitoring is being made, and all the diagnostics. He has mentioned all this. On the other hand, we have to take into account that the vaccine needs to cover all the propagation of the pandemic. When the pandemic is developing and there is no vaccine at hand, then this is not a good practice. On the other hand, vaccines that are developed to prevent pandemics and will be used in a pandemic, that's a good thing. For the preventive scheme of a vaccine, not all of these can be successful. We have to know that and take into account the experience in Africa, how they try to locate Ebola outbreaks. This is preventive emergency prevention. It's a change of vectors or a change of applications. This is what I have in mind to confront these challenges. Thank you very much. I would like to specify the following. Up to what point are viruses priority in this list? We already had some outbreaks that were not investigated of different diseases. For example, monkey, measles, and other coronavirus that we've talked about. As I work with viruses, this is this is what I think of mostly is viruses. Dear colleagues, in this panel, we have the presence of representatives of the enterprises Ramos and Cruz Azul. And when we speak about the location of production sites in Nicaragua, be they Chinese or Russian enterprises, but we also have to know that there are local Nicaraguan pharmaceutical companies that have deep knowledge of this market, and I would like to know about their plans. The plans of Ramos Laboratories of production, exportation, and the pharmaceutical production of developed countries normally focuses more on export, not so much on local. So how much do they gain in profits from this kind of export? You can imagine that. And these local products are more affordable and they deserve to be bought by other countries as well. So please, Lucia, could you tell us the plans that you have for export in other countries, in other regions. Good morning. Thank you, first of all, to all of you for the invitation to this conference. The Ramos laboratories are planning to develop and produce state-of-the-art pharmaceutical products and drugs. At present, we have products that satisfy basic needs of the population in general. We have a portfolio of 600 products which cover 14 therapeutical categories of the WHO. Our strengths are three: the dermatological products and the products for the food tract and others. So thank you very much. This is what I want to say. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Alba. It's a question that I have for Alba from Cruz Azul. What are the difficulties that are arising in the supply to foreign countries? We are living in a difficult moment because of sanctions, and we have difficulties with logistics at a global scale. The pharmaceutical industry is quite local, and it needs a supply chain of different regions for its different materials. Can you tell us more about how you solve these difficulties in Nicaragua and maybe give some advice to our other colleagues here? Good morning to all of you here, presiding the panel, to all panel members, to all guests and special guests. I would also like to thank you for having invited me to this panel in this International Congress of Russian-Nicaraguan Cooperation. And we are very happy as distributor Cruz Azul to be here with you. First of all, I would like to tell you that Cruz Azul has 12 years of experience in working for the people of Nicaragua, and there is a commitment with the Nicaraguan population to approve and facilitate medical supplies to guarantee the health of our people. As in all processes, also in the pharmaceutical industry, we have some difficulties as to the offer to foreign countries. There are some products that could mean challenges for us. However, as distributing company, Cruz Azul is open to strengthen cooperation and trade links with different foreign companies. In the first place, we can say that foreign companies that offer products sometimes offer products that are not yet registered in Nicaragua. And Cruz Azul is complying with all the regulations of the Ministry of Health, and all our inputs that we trade and sell have a health certificate. For us, this is very important. And if a supplier from a foreign country offers products without this health certificate, then we need some time for this product to be certified and for us to be able to buy it. And we need some time to prepare the documents and present it to the regulating agency in the country. Secondly, we can say that the minimum quantities of this offer are often higher than what we really consume per year. As we know, Nicaragua is a very small country with about 6 million inhabitants, and we are a very small neighborhood in comparison to other countries. However, as we have already mentioned, we are very willing and open to trade with these companies. However, we are concerned about this aspect because we might have variability in the consumption in the country, and if we overflow the real annual consumption, then these products might expire. And we want to guarantee health and the quality of the products that we offer to our clients and customers. And we want them to reach all patients that need this medication, be that at an institutional level or private sector level, and all patients of the national security system are also included. And this system attends to all their member patients and customers. We can also offer our products with FOB or SIP prices. And in the first case, the other companies will assume the costs of shipment up to the border of our country. In the other case, then the price and cost is assumed for up to the destination port. In this case, in our country, that would be Corinto. And we would have to assume the rest of costs to bring the product from the port, in this case, the port of Corinto, to our warehouses. And this is called the cost of internment of products. Another point I would like to make is that sometimes we have delayed answers. We receive delayed answers from foreign producers. You know that in the supply chain of drugs, there are some problems, such as damages or defects of products, be it in the primary or secondary packaging, or sometimes products expire, or sometimes customers reject them. And this delay in response by foreign companies does affect our basic inventory that we normally have ready at hand to satisfy the demand of our customers and users. However, Cruz Azul is a company that is committed to the people of Nicaragua to fulfill its needs and is open to receive all sorts of cooperation and solidarity by any new partners and to create strong trade relationships. At present, we have some foreign companies with which we are working to strengthen these trade relationships. For example, Mana Pharma, Sinopharma, the Russian corporation through the Latin American Biotechnology Institute, and also Bioline, which is a Brazilian company. And we are very willing to receive new alliances and partnerships and to strengthen relationships with partners that would like to cooperate with Nicaragua and improve the health of everyone that needs it.
Thank you, Alba. I want to give the floor to another subcontinent. We were in China, we were in Latin America, But now we have excellent friends in India. It is the country that contributes to the development of pharmaceuticals in the entire world, and I would like to give them the floor to Dr. Panavari from BioPharm and ask him to tell us about the similar aspects and different aspects in the promotion of the product for Asia and Latin America. They must have their own particularities. You can't just make a seal and make all the countries the same. Please share your experience with us.
Y sobre todo un agradecimiento a todos ustedes por estar acá, incluso los que vienen de muy lejos, otros vienen de más cerca, otros estamos aquí mismo. Pero bueno, la experiencia de estar aquí, un saludo en especial al equipo México, de su gerente, que agradezco la oportunidad de estar acá. ¿Qué pasó esta tiempo? Ah, continuamos en la segunda.
Спасибо, очень лаконично, но тем не менее, я надеюсь.
Cooperation. Testing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sayed. Uh,
And now we have to send a manual Spanish. So at the next conference, you can speak Spanish. I'm sure you, in a year, will be enough time for you to learn Spanish. You're so smart. Thank you so much. We have spoken about CONVACEL and latent diseases like COVID, but we also have in our agenda standard vaccines or children's vaccines, such as the vaccines against the measles, and now we know measles. Um, and something that's happening constantly. And I know that we have the chains that are altering. I know the whooping cough and measles are coming from different areas and different strings. And I know that the WHO is ready to tackle these challenges. And I want to ask Sebastian to tell us a little bit more about the vaccines that we are ready to develop in conjunction with Nicaragua and other countries of the region. Sebastian, you have the floor. Well, thank you, esteemed colleagues. With your permission, I will sum up briefly. Um, right now, the vaccines are developed through the polysaccharide, uh, to joining with different polysaccharides, and we are developing vaccines for the polyvalent vaccines to prevent diseases due to pneumococcus. And these are vaccines for children, and we are having some clinical trials. Some broad clinical trials are taking place to prove the efficiency and the safety of these vaccines. We have some products in the pipeline that are based on based on proteins that could be combined. And we also have these going to be tested in Latin America. And we also have pharmaceuticals that will be very important to create a the that will create um, the supply to create new vaccines, and I think we will be able to find these new pharmaceuticals very soon so that they are accessible to the patients that are interested. And we are thinking of the localization of these of the production of these vaccines to be in Nicaragua. This is something that's coming in the future that will be very interesting for the Institute of Vaccines and Serums, but also for all the patients that will have an access to these new vaccines. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sebastian. And now I want to call Javier Vasquez to take the floor because you started as a representative of India and I didn't understand what happened. But thank you so much. And let's introduce Javier Vasquez, an employee of the Menshnikov Institute. And we would like for you to tell us how marketing, which is the most important part of the pharmaceutical industry, because the development and regulatory aspect cannot exist without marketing because it provides the money that we need to produce these products. So, what aspects of marketing would you like to mention in the work that you are doing in the Menshnikov Institute? We're going to start and let's wait for the for the PowerPoint presentation to be pulled up. Okay, we're going to greet everybody again. My colleagues from Nicaragua and my colleagues from Cuba. From Cuba. Here we have our friends from the embassy as well.
Вопрос был задан. Сейчас я повторю вопрос.
The question, I've already made it. I think there's a communication problem. The question is, dear Dr. Vasquez, the question is the marketing, the world of marketing in local pharmaceutical production. Marketing is focused on something very important. What is marketing? Marketing is a philosophy, an organizational philosophy. It's not a variable. It's not a cold concept. It's a philosophical category of how we work within the organizations. We have to take into consideration various elements that make up the organization and the internal elements of the organization. There's a baseline for all organizations. We're talking about organizations, pharmaceutical organizations, but we can talk about any organization, the university, any organization that has the organization as a whole, their clients and their suppliers. Without the suppliers, the entity can't work. Without clients, there's no point for that company to exist. And I want you to take that concept of clients in a broad sense because it could be the patients of a hospital, the students of a university, it could be an environmental sense as well. But these three lines, suppliers, organization or company, and clients, have other variables that have a repercussion and that are very important. And then we're going to reach local production. Finance. Companies without finances can't work. The worlds of energy, without electric energy, this is impossible. The world of the competitors. If you're in a world of business, you have to be very aware of your competitors. Competitors could be higher, same, equal, or lower category. The products that can affect that production that the entity has. In general, a very complex world. And all this in regards or in the face of local production is a very interesting position. Why local production? Why? How does this apply to local production? Local production is invented a few years ago for nothing really, because many companies have local production for many years back. But in 2019, 66% of the vaccines that are made in the world were made in Europe, especially the big European countries. COVID-19 hit, and in 2021, the production of vaccines. Remember that COVID is called 19, but really it's a disease of 2020 because we discovered the virus on December 31st, 2019. So really it's a disease that develops between 2020 and 2021. So in 2021, we moved the production from Europe to other places, especially in the case of COVID vaccines. COVID is the vaccine that is being produced the most, and it's being produced mostly in China with a production of billions of doses. I don't have the exact amount because it was on the presentation. Then the United States with their leader companies, everybody knows Pfizer, Moderna, and these companies that produced anti-COVID vaccines as well. And then we have Europe in third place. In 2 years, that's really one. Europe passes to be from being the leader to be in a third place in the production of vaccines. And we have less incidents from other countries like Korea. India is in fourth place with big companies. We just saw Rajesh from India. And all of this is to say that how do we mix marketing with local production? Oh, well, local production we're going to think of Nicaragua. Does it make sense? Does local production make sense? What's the market? What are the clients? Who are the suppliers? Who are the clients? Remember, who are our suppliers? Where are our suppliers? Are Russian entities, local entities? Maybe. Could be. Who are our clients? Well, evidently, we have a national market that takes the main stage, 6 million people. Not much, but it's important. And then we have to look at the market not only from a perspective of money, but also like the health problems that or the health issues that we are solving, because Nicaragua is a country of Central America, a country with specific conditions. And however, there are people that need to be saved and need to be helped. So we solve Nicaragua and we look beyond it. What do we have close? Central America. Are other vaccines being produced? No. In Latin America, only 3 anti-flu vaccines or countries produce anti-flu vaccines. It's not the only vaccine, but it's the first one. Where is it produced? Mexico, Brazil. Within the Latin American context, two important countries everybody knows. In the third place, it's Nicaragua. Brazil, 1,000 million inhabitants. Mexico, around. Nicaragua, 6 million. Budget for investment in Brazil, 1,000 billion, X billion amounts of dollars. Mexico, X amount of $1 billion. Nicaragua, 7 million, 8 million. So the difference is abysmal, but that's what tells us that this world of local development and production development needs to not only be sustained in amount of inhabitants and money available, but also in these characteristics that of these alliances, like the Russian and Nicaraguan alliance, and all these countries that solve this situation. One of our presenters said that there 1 million Convastel vaccines are being administered. So when you look at these things, you say, well, the local production, Lisa was saying, United Nations has made a new division, a new separation of production of local production as a result of COVID, and now that made sense from before, but now it's formalized. And what's the proof? Nicaragua. I'm done.
I think then that it's not necessary to go to any more conclusions. What Javier has just said is what we can present as the conclusion of this Congress. We now have a small event. We are going to hand over the commemorative diplomas to participants in this session. And before I cease being the moderator of this Congress, I would like to thank the Republic of Nicaragua, the authorities of Nicaragua, and for this holding this Congress or meeting. And I think this is one of the many regions that we hope to work in. And I wish you all the best, and we will certainly overcome and prevail. We now invite those who are going to participate in the delivery of the diplomas.
dos, 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 dos. Ya, ¿dónde está la consola? Dos, 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 dos. Ya, ahí estamos, ahí estamos.
Uno, dos, probando sonido, probando sonido. Invitamos a los panelistas que por favor.
We invite our panelists to please come forward in their respective seats so we can proceed with this afternoon's session. All participants, please, for the second panel, please seek your respective locations.
Ubicándonos en nuestros lugares, ya vamos a dar inicio al segundo panel en este octavo Congreso Internacional.
Let us begin our second panel at the 8th International Pharmaceutical Congress, Nicaragua, Russia. In cooperating for health coordination between the RNAs and the NRAs, and from 2 to 4:05, Olga Lidia Jacobo, the director of SecMed Cuba, will be our moderator, and she will begin. She will be the first person to address us, and she will talk about new approaches, dialogue between the regulators and the regulated sector. So Olga Lidia will get started in this second panel, and we hereby give her the floor.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. We would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this Congress for this invitation and the opportunity of sharing this session with the leaders of the Nicaraguan regulating agencies as well as those of Russia. Also, the presence of experts from Mexico as representatives of the pharmaceutical industry in Mexico. This afternoon, we will be talking about cooperating for the sake of health, cooperation between regulating agency and manufacturers. The panel is structured by starting with a speech that I will give on new approaches, dialogue between regulators and the regulated section. And that's a big challenge because I have to begin by addressing you and then moderating this event. So big responsibility there. Then we will hear from our different panelists, and there will be a final space for questions and answers. We request panelists to please respect the established time frames, 20 person for for the initial presentation and then 10 minutes per panelist. So allow me to introduce this panel that is really a luxury panel. I am honored to share the stage with them this afternoon. Dr. Marta Rosales, the head of the Nicaraguan Regulating Agency. Dr. Carla Delgado, Director of Pharmacology at the Nicaraguan Ministry of Health. Dr. Vadim Merkulev, Deputy Director of the Center for Scientific Products at the Ministry of Health in Russia. Dr. Vladislav Shestakov, Director of the State Industry for Medication and Good Practices, Ministry of Industry and Commerce in Russia. Dr. Ludwin Yanica Flores, Pharmacological Evaluator of the Department of Registry at the Pharmacological Directorate at the Ministry of Health in Nicaragua. Dr. Engels Michael Anton, also Pharmaceutical Evaluator at the Department of Registry of the same Directorate at the Ministry of Health in Nicaragua. Dr. Carmen Acosta Bass, Head of the Department for Medical Affairs and Medical and Regulatory Affairs of the Mechnikov Institute. And Zoraida Espinosa, the Advisor for Regulatory Matters, also at the Mechnikov Institute. And Dr. Marvin Villalta, responsible for pharmacological surveillance at the Public Health Institute. Thank you, all of you, for the opportunity of sharing this work session with you. So I will then, if I may, take the floor and share with you my presentation. What I want to talk to you about this afternoon is very interesting, both for the regulating agency as well as the pharmaceutical industry, because the pandemic, of which we talked about quite a bit this morning, left us with many lessons learned, and each day the relations between These two sectors are really, really important as we seek health, self-sufficiency, and access to medication and health among the population. I would like to begin, if I may, by referring to several components that are part of all these processes. We have the national health systems, the pharmaceutical industry, and the national regulatory authorities. Regarding the health systems, we could describe them as saying that these are systems that are segmented, services are fragmented, situations of inequality and limitation regarding access, limited resources, and weak capacity for response to health emergencies. And of course, it's different in each country, but in general terms, what we are seeing here on the screen regarding them is roughly true in the different countries. And then there's the pharmaceutical industry, and we have growth and a fast-paced technical scientific development. So they're moving along very quickly with new technologies and medications, high level of innovation, high cost products, and are in a setting in which all of us are living, which is globalization. And then on the other hand, are the regulators, whose mission is to protect human health, who must become more and more efficient in the application of upholding scientific standards, and this, of course, in a restricted or limited response time. At the same time, they need to develop their human resources, which is essential. And more they need to become specialized. At the same time, there are limitations regarding such resources. Sometimes we don't have enough people simply to deal with the challenge that the very pharmaceutical industry confronts us with. And then, of course, time is always of the essence. And for example, in the case of COVID, we had to shorten times and do many things that are not standard procedure, and that was a major challenge. So this entire international context in which all of this is being developed currently is seeking a common objective, which is the well-being of the patient and ensuring that they have opportune access to medication. And just a brief history here of the ARN since the past century. We know all these different things that happened with different accidents and problems that led to the establishment of health regulation. And then already in the 1950s, the first national regulating authorities became established, or at least the first offices. And then they grew and developed in different countries in a different way. In some, they were part of the Ministry of Public Health. In others, they were developed and became independent agencies with their own autonomy. And this is the same nowadays. And in this time period, if we look at the overall history, many international fora came about, such as the ICH, the the International Health Monitoring Agency, and the PARF network with participation of the industry. So these are international entities with a presence and representation of the pharmaceutical industry. So have been working with regulators since then to talk about norms and regulations and discuss this with them. Then also the harmonization of regulation and so on was talked about already then, and there's been some development since then. There's been a development and strengthening in the regulation rules and systems, and now there are systems that evaluate the regulating agencies. So there are tools now, the Pan American Health Organization, for example, which regulates the regulators, and the terms are now to a point where there is a regulatory convergence. We don't talk so much about harmonization, but of convergence, that we all move toward the same objective, and we all need to be able to recognize this. And that's why this morning we were talking about reliance, because it's become clearer and clearer that it is necessary that for all of us to cooperate, and between the strongest ones and those who are just getting started, but getting more and more flexible to ensure people's access to medication. And in this setting, it's very important to hold dialogue between the regulator and the regulated entities, especially and in particular due to the fast-paced entry into the market of new technologies. Therefore, they are applying risk evaluations. They're being flexible in their process, but always with scientific, we respect the regulations in each country, but based also, they must base their decisions on the decisions made by other agencies, and these, again, in turn, must be based on science. They're also what we call facilitated regulatory paths that can be taken, and the different processes should be take less time. They need to be streamlined and need to be far more effective and fast-paced. The regulating science is now aligning itself with academic and research centers, with universities, and then it's important to establish a dialogue with the regulated sector. What do we need to take into account in effective dialogue, and what are the premises for that? Well, the regulator and the regulated entities need to understand what is being expected of them, and the regulator must provide all opportunities for the regulated entities to know how to make this process as effective as possible. So the regulated entities must provide the regulating agency all the information it needs, complete, based on the registration requirements, that also allows for feedback of the different process, like pharmacovigilance or pharmacological surveillance, and there needs to be strict compliance with regulations, and the regulating agency needs to be transparent and publish all of its guidelines, negotiate with the industry when it wants to bring out a new regulation in such a way as to give the industry an opportunity to give an opinion about the new regulations that are to be before they are published. A space for dialogue between the agency and the regulator regarding the regulating frameworks that are to be established. They need to be flexible. because of what we were talking about before, the evaluation processes. There needs to be a certain flexibility as there was during the pandemic. At that point in time, the regulations were applied, but it was necessary to be flexible. Why? Because the vaccines had to come out fast without, however, losing scientific rigor. And what the agency is now doing in terms of facilitating the industrial processes, and if I may tell you here a little bit about the experience in Cuba.
In the Cuban health system, and I brought up this slide for those who don't know, the system is statal and is single. It's one single system. It is based on prevention. It is oriented towards the community. It's intersectoral. And there is a lot of international collaboration and cooperation with other countries. We have many medical brigades in foreign countries which are collaborating there, and we have a strong area of research and development that is based on innovative projects. All these projects are conceived as research projects.
Que se creó en el año 1989 y es el Centro para el Control Estatal de Medicamentos, Equipos y Dispositivos Médicos, se encuentra subordinada al Ministerio de Salud.
It is called the Center for State Control of Drugs, Equipment and Medical Devices. It surveils and has oversight over all the medical equipment. We also have the same function of other regulating agencies to promote public health through a system for public health that is able to guarantee timely access to medication with a guarantee of safety and effectiveness. We have biotechnological industry that develops generic products and products of high-tech biotechnological level, innovative projects. We have 45 enterprises, 200 units of science and technology, 115 production plants, and over 1,000 products for the national market. So this is a representation of the pharmaceutical industry in our country. We have centers such as the Center for Vaccines and the Center for Biological Molecules, and also a Center for Therapeutic Vaccines Against Cancer. We have a Center for Genetical Engineering and Technologies that produces innovative products such as Enobip. Maybe you know this product here in Nicaragua. I think it has been used here, which is for the ulcers on the skin of diabetic patients. And we have patents in Cuba. And all this production, all this range of products strengthens the regulatory authorities because it constitutes a challenge for the regulatory authorities to evaluate all these innovative products. And we always say that our staff has to be specialized. Because sometimes we evaluate a vaccine and then we evaluate some other very complex products. So all these are challenges. And as this industry grows, the authority también also has to grow and become knowledgeable in order to be able to evaluate all these products. This product I was mentioning has a certificate in 25 countries and has already been evaluated and accepted by the FDA for studies in trials in the United States. And there are also other products that have been developed in our industry that are at this stage. This industry is associated in Bio-Cuba Pharma, which gives an important boost to productive scientific development in our country, which first of all responds to the needs of the national health system. It produces the drugs, the medication, and treatments for our basic framework, and it is characterized by a closed cycle. It starts with development and research and all through the life cycle of the product. And it has also capacity for export. Throughout this process that I have been mentioning now, the national health strategy consists of these four components. On the one hand, it is the National Regulatory Authority, then we have the National Health System, the biopharmaceutical industry, and all the national research projects that are led by our Ministry of Science and Technology. And this is our national strategy that has been conceived on the basis of an interaction with all these components and parties. Now I would like to talk a little bit about our experience with the COVID pandemic. Why am I mentioning this topic? We are going to evaluate our experience because they reflect the essential fundamental topic of our panel, which is the close cooperation, the close links between the regulatory agency and the producers. In the morning, I already presented this to you. We in Cuba had the big challenge, just as in other countries, we as regulatory agencies had to confront a pandemic for which we were not prepared. And our Cuban pharmaceutical industry had the challenge to manufacture drugs to guarantee the protection of the health of our population in order to confront the pandemic. There was no other option. A country such as Cuba, which is a small country which is suffering from an embargo by the United States, and there was no other choice for us than to produce our own vaccines and to have our own health self-sufficiency and to potentiate our own pharmaceutical industry. We did all our clinical trials as they need to be done. And just as in the case of other regulatory agencies in other countries, we applied evaluation processes by packages. We did not wait for end results to start reviewing. No, we were advancing in accompaniment to your own progress. It was a process of accompaniment by the regulatory agency from the start to the end of the cycle throughout all the phases. And then we had 5 candidates for vaccines, and today 3 of the vaccines have been registered, and there are 2 more that are being investigated and researched. And not only vaccines, also other kinds of technologies. We had a clinical trial of a Cuban drug that is destined for patients with arthritis. And when the researchers started to review it and found that there was a crisis of many patients with COVID symptoms, and then this drug was also applied to the seriously ill patients with COVID and could save their lives in many cases. And why was that possible? It was possible because the mechanism that it was based on helped to reduce inflammation, and it was very effective. And it was also, every action taken was in coordination with the SECMEC and with the national authorities. As you can see here in this slide, You have a picture of it. And then we also developed many others. So the regulatory accompaniment of the segment was very, very important, and it enabled us to give a response within a very short time in the form of a certification of this product and approval for its use. Now, we are speaking here of the very initial phases when the ideas were first conceived, and then we had technical meetings between the agencies and the industry, which were key during the pandemic, absolutely key in order to be able to advance. We also created a committee, an innovation committee between the sector and the Ministry of Health, and the SEGMEC also participated, and in each project was being evaluated. All processes were made in with high speed, very flexible, and we shortened times for the review. Decision taking was based on an analysis of risk and benefits with scientific rigor and the compliance of established requirements, and all this gave us the possibility to authorize the use for emergencies of these drugs during the pandemic. Now, I would like to give you an example of other scenarios that we have had, which included the transfer of technology and in which the segment has participated accompanying all these processes. For example, we had a technology transfer process with a committee between Brazil and Cuba. The Cuban technologies were transferred to Brazil, and both regulatory agencies accompanied over 10 years this process of technology transfer. We're speaking of Anvisa and SECMED. There were agreements between the governments, memoranda of understanding. We set ourselves strategic objectives, and we defined the work methodology. In the morning, we did a presentation on this transfer of technologies and all these phases of this transfer of technologies, and all were accompanied by the regulatory agency. Joint inspections were made, evaluation of clinical protocols were made jointly, and all this facilitated the a quick advancement of the process. The time to evaluate was reduced by about 50%, and the trust between SECMED and Anvisa increased. There was a lot of exchange of practices and adoption of mechanisms to amplify the cooperation, and the space for dialogue and trust between the producers and the regulatory agencies was also expanded because the accompaniment included the presentation of projects through the industry and this accompaniment of the regulatory agency, and that took place every year. So between Cuba and Brazil, a cooperation was made for meningitis in Africa. This is an example of cooperation with a very close connection between the agencies and the industry. And then we have another example. That is the example of technology transfer from Russia to Nicaragua, which is a project where the SECMED has participated very actively due to the fact that the Pan American Health Organization determined at some point that the SECMED should accompany this transfer of technology. We've also mentioned this today in the morning, so all of you know about this. And we can speak of these three fundamental axes. One is the axis of transfer of technology of the vaccine called BIFE, and the strengthening of the regulatory authority in Nicaragua, as well as capacity building of human resources. In this project, the evaluation process took place to register the VIVE vaccine and the good practices, manufacturing practices in the St. Petersburg Institute as well as in Mechnikov was certified. The batches were released of the vaccines that were produced, and the surveillance, post-marketing surveillance of these batches used in the campaigns of vaccination was coordinated, and the process of training of human resources in Nicaragua was also supported, and specialists of the segment were offering special courses over some time. And that is how we were able to register these 3 vaccines, and we continue certifying and supervising, inspecting the good practices, and samples are sent to make trials in laboratories, and we issue the corresponding certificates, and then we send it back. This was a phase of work together with Mechnikov and the St. Petersburg Institute. And after that, we started another phase where SEGMET also participated, which was the pre-qualification process for this vaccine before the WHO. And we have developed a series of actions, again, accompanying this very important process, because we all wanted that these vaccines of Mechnikov could be pre-qualified for the World Health Organization. And we have accompanied every phase of this process for pre-qualification. And we have made all the evaluations of the modifications of the register, the changes of strains. We've inspected the good clinical practices in the clinic site in Nicaragua, and we are continuously inspecting in both plants whenever the date comes. And then we had the process of release of batches that we were accompanying, and we continued training the human resources. And the most important aspect was the regulatory dialogue. It was continuous. We had video conferences, we had in-person meetings, we used emails, and we have been accompanying this process with our commitment and responsibility to accompany it together with the national regulatory agencies in Nicaragua. This is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
If you give me a minute, I'll have some water and I'll continue speaking. Sorry. We're going to continue with our session, and I have the honor of requesting the director of the Nicaraguan regulating entity to please give us her idea of this new focus. And what experience can she tell us about the regulating entity of Nicaragua and her relation with this industry? Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the participants and everyone who was present. Thank you to Menscheniko for allowing us to participate in this event. I would like to tell you what the sanitary regulation entity is all about before answering the question. With the installation of the institution, the Technology Institute of Meshnikov through the Ministry of Health, we saw the need that the OPS and WHO requested that the regulating entity of Nicaragua needed to grow to a level 3. So from 2016, 2018 to date, there has been some process with the support of the WHO, where we are supported in all the developments that we have been able to, and the resolutions that we have been able to implement. And this is where Law 1068 was born, that was created 2 years ago by that was a law that created the regulatory entity. We have been moving forward in a way that is very fast, because even though we don't have enough resources, we have been able to draft 39 norms that didn't exist prior. And we have seen the development and the implementation of clinical studies. There's a norm that has strengthened us to authorize all the studies that are being developed through pharmaceutical industries that use labs that producing labs that are from international countries, from other labs. So as we have been moving forward, we have been able to strengthen our capabilities in terms of implementation in regards to biological and biotechnological products. And we have to thank St. Petersburg through the Menshnikov Institute for training our personnel, our regulatory entity personnel, in terms of the knowledge needed from this field that was new for us. And the Cuban Summit as well provided support for training with their experience that they have in the development of their vaccine plant. We have been moving forward, and we have already approved Module 1. All the technical part has been completed. Module 2 has also been completed. We have a couple of norms pending. And within these, we have a institutional development plan for 2024-2025, where the entire management of quality and quality assurance is going to be managed, as well as human resources training, and it's a plan that has an 80% level of advance, and we are slowly implementing it to reach 100%. All of this has helped us to strengthen our institute or regulatory entity. We've also had a technological transfer through Menshnikov, through the liberation or the release of, with the summit, through the release of vaccines. And we signed an agreement with Summit because the regulatory entity doesn't have all the necessary equipment to do all the analysis for biological products, and we hadn't trained the supervisors in terms of good practices for biological products. So we signed an agreement with CEMET so that they can help us, and they accompanied us in this certification process. And they can help us to get certified with the good manufacturing practices with the products that they are fabricating. And CEMET is in charge um, to make sure that they are going to help us to comply. When COVID-19 happened, this also helped us to strengthen ourselves, and we saw the need to train further in terms of vaccines. And because when the pandemic hit, the regulatory entity had to be more flexible for for providing the medicine that was necessary at that time to fight the pandemic COVID-19. And at the same time, we released along with the emergency state established by the WHO, we were able to join countries of Europe, United States, Russia, and Cuba. We were able to also declare state of emergency, and we were flexible with new medication for treatments. From there, when we talk, I also want to add that when we talk about the transfer of technology through the Pharmaceutical Institute of Nicaragua, there has been great growth of different laboratories, such as laboratories Ramos, where they have been training in good manufacturing practices, and they have moved forward at an incredible rate. And likewise with the Mechnikov plant that also provides great transfer of technology. The regulatory entity has demanded that we comply with all the requisites based on the norms of RTCA and everything regarding the import of pharmaceuticals. And now we are becoming we're becoming much more demanding with international and national laboratories. We have two different processes, the labs that are producing locally and the labs that are producing outside of the country. And they need to show that they're following the good manufacturing practices. And although we cannot audit foreign labs, we definitely can audit local labs. And maybe they're not as developed as the ones in El Salvador and Guatemala, but they're growing, and they're looking for a chance to export those pharmaceuticals. And as a country and as an authority, what is exported is efficient and has high quality. The authority also has a quality control lab, and here I have a part of my team that have a lot of experience in terms of vaccines, a director of the pharmacy department that has a lot of experience in registries, and um, the pharmacological audit department as well is here with me on stage. And we've really gathered great experience, and we hope that we can continue gaining more experience. And by the year 2025, we hope that this entity will reach level 3. And that's a summary of the different achievements and efforts that the regulatory entity has made to reach level 3. And I know as a supervising entity, we feel that we might not be having an exchange of experiences with other entities aside from the institute. But now we have been able to to have this exchange of technology and knowledge with all kinds of stakeholders in the industry. And now with the help of the Meshnikov Institute and with thanks to their support, we have been able to have everything online and have better tools of working. And I thank obviously Mr. Roberto for helping us establish that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Marta. Really, you have told us how the the sanitary regulation has been moving forward in Nicaragua, and we are very happy to hear all the advances you've had. And I can tell you in public that you can continue counting on CEMET for any process that you need in strengthening the capabilities of this regulating entity. So we would also want to hear from Dr. Chesnakov and have him present his reflections on how to improve the regulatory systems. Go ahead, doctor. I'm going to speak about ways to improve the regulatory systems with the industry of commerce. Through the industry of commerce, I welcome you on behalf of all of us. I thank the distinguished organizers for their invitation to make use of to take the floor. I'm very happy to be with the colleagues and in this process that has already become a significant platform to discuss the problems on the ways to improve the regulatory systems of pharmaceuticals. To solve the main task of supplying the patients with medication of good quality, the regulatory system needs to work on one side based on the normatory and legislative procedures, but also must also be flexible to be a live or entity that takes into consideration the international experience. And the global regulation reflects the need of the patient, so we must adhere to it. We also have to take into consideration the different challenges and different changes in the world, like the pandemic or political situation. In this slide, we can see the regulatory practices created by the WHO. It is necessary to achieve balance between providing medication and be a flexible system. And as we noticed in the inauguration, we have to create conditions to be able to nurture a pharmaceutical industry that thrives. Taking into consideration these systems, you must look for permanent perfection or permanent improvement and tools for development. And what contributes is the exchange of experiences, exchange of information between the regulators from the different countries, even working in countries and projects together As an example of a successful cooperation, we can see Nicaragua creating a plant for the production of vaccines. In 2018, the workers from Russia worked with the SEPMET and the Meshnikov Institute of 3 countries, the Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Russian regulators, alongside experts and producers, show that they can work in great coordination as a team. And as a result of this, there was a biotechnological plant happened that is producing the technological, because the biotechnological production cannot stop contributing to the strengthening of the national regulating entity, and it must contribute to the growth of the pharmaceutical industry. Another factor that establishes that the regulating entity is growing is the reciprocity and the exchange of information. If regulating entities have the same level of growth in regards to the criteria or in reference to the criteria of the WHO, it's possible to speak about having 2 systems that are comparable. But there are a lot of countries that are still not within the association and do not have a WHO evaluation. In these cases, the inspections of good practices, the focuses may be diverse, or they can be recognized individually. This also needs to be taken into we also have to take into consideration different factors and flexibility. And this reciprocal exchange of information needs to be focused on the criteria and the rules that are of an international parameter. Along with the regulator of Uzbekistan in 2018, we started the process of evaluation of the prerequisites that exist in the Republic of Uzbekistan, so that they may be so their good practice certificates may be recognized. The activities of this study of the norms included the analysis, audits, reciprocal audits, pharmaceutical inspections in at the production sites of the pharmaceuticals, analysis of the need to do the changes and modifications in the documents of the quality systems in the case that needs to be harmonized, and the evaluation of the activities. Nowadays, we created the general evaluation, and we also had passed through the inspection of good practices. The producers of both countries went through a good practices inspection, and they were inspected by the Uzbekistan and Russian auditors. And in the inspections, as observers, the regulators of these countries also participated. And the work continued in 2024. And in the process of this work, the regulator of each country found their own points to take into consideration to continue perfecting itself. A dialogue that was well organized from the regulator and between the regulator and the producer is also part of strengthening the regulation process. A transparent dialogue between the regulator and the producer promotes the application of good practices and has the producer apply these systems, and the regulatory entity the possibility to have a, a real example of application of their norms. So the resources need to be open so that the procedures participate in the development of the regulatory framework. There must be formats and means of communication that are specialized for them to also exchange information, and the regulatory entity needs to do the work of clearing up or clarifying what each requisite um, comprises specifically. Also, the regulatory system needs to take into consideration the measures to integrate in an opportune manner the achievements and the lessons learned. So it's important to establish a dialogue with the developers of the medicine, as well as the new methods of medical treatment, an increase of knowledge, medical knowledge, the perfectioning or improvement of normative documents as well. And here, the regulatory entity needs to establish a platform for the efficient exchange of information. I want to share the experience of what works well in the Eurasia Union. The data that is unified and delivered to the working groups is an example of how the new efficient pharmaceuticals are produced. The participants in this working group provide their invaluable contributions that come from their experience. Another important detail is a digitalization of the industry and being able to place technology or IT technology as a factor that contributes to regulatory processes. We also to avoid the risks of low quality pharmaceuticals. To conclude, I want to highlight that the regulating entity needs to be an active participant that is also wise in terms of the process of creating pharmaceuticals, that fosters the right conditions without creating unnecessary barriers. The adaptability of the regulating system, the orientation towards the well-being of the patient, and the correct legal framework contributes to creating new regulating tools are implemented quickly side by side to technological and scientific developments so the patients can have access to safe and high quality pharmaceuticals. And we are guided through the improvement and the world's regulations. We are always working together to exchange experience with other regulatory entities in the health industry to promote the well-being of the population. Thank you for your attention.
Excelente presentación.
An excellent presentation, sir, and thank you very, very much. He's told us about other methods for the strengthening of the regulators and the importance of the interaction with the industry and modern interaction of modern technology. Thank you very much, Doctor. And we would now like to ask Dr. Merkulov and have him tell us his story about these processes as regards scientific registration processes in the Russian Federation. Dr. Merkulov, you have the floor. I would like to begin by thank my colleagues in Nicaragua, SECMED, Cuba, the Meshnikov Institute, for the traditional opportunity each year to express ourselves and to explain our position as we do today in the framework of this panel, and to talk about our vision regarding the interaction between the regulator and the industry as such. And when I say industry, I mean the designer, the requesters, and of bioequivalent products. And it is very important that today we concentrate on certain terms that are part of our daily routine. It's in virtually all areas of our lives. First, for example, this Congress is taking place in a setting of the different platforms. We have talked about the different approaches to anti-COVID vaccines based on platforms, and we've used yesterday, for example, when we talked about colleagues from SECMED and their colleagues talking about the interaction between our countries to ensure the more speedy introduction of vital pharmacological products, thus complying with all of the safety standards before introducing any medication to the public. And so here there needs to be a standardized and harmonized approach by all members and participants in the process. In this case, the regulators, markets. We talked about the national market, but also international markets. And that is something very important. And what does the concept of platform mean in our context? It used to be that a pharmacological product would take 3 to 5 years, and vaccines up to 8 years. Now we do it much, much faster. And of course, the question is, have we lost something in that process? Somebody could say, well, it's unsafe. But no, it's not true. It's that the mechanisms and algorithms that we are using from the beginning allow us to adapt all the processes from development and design all the way up to registration. And going back to the days of COVID, the different platforms based on RNA and so on were the regulations, because these regulations are always behind, and it always follows the developer. First comes the scientific part. We prepare an innovative pharmacological product, and then the regulator has to adapt. But it is a conservative entity, of course. It's there to make sure nothing goes wrong. And another word we use a lot is what we call flexible approach. What do I mean by flexible here? Because there used to be very rigorous standards, and so now what do? Well, we changed in a way. We've become more flexible, but not really. We use a number of approaches that helps us to make the process faster, but without allowing safety standards to be lowered. And talking about my experience, we at the conferences and earlier congresses, we talked a lot about the approaches to the development of vaccines, platform-based vaccines, COVID and others. And this is something that ensures the epidemiological safety of our peoples and countries. But there can be other diseases, of course, the cardiological matters, oncological matters, and so on. And these are other fields where there's a tremendous and a very important potential. Diabetes, and and here let me share with you the approaches of the platform regarding regulation and registration that we have used in Russia in the past 2 years to help to uh, release to the market high technology pharmacological products. And I'm talking here about products that help us to lead many of the effects of diabetes. And we live at a very complicated political situation in the world of sanctions and so on. And we Russians need to adapt our mechanisms to authorizations from the market for pharmacological products that are necessary for patients, because many things have disappeared from our markets. For example, the treatment of the second line of diabetes treatment, as well as obesity. Obesity is a pandemic in the world, and so is diabetes, and so there's if the MNN veraglutide, and also one anticipatide, and these are the have similar glucogenous aspects, and it associates to the insulin protein, and these pharmacological products and medicines have shown very high efficiency in terms of treatment of diabetes mellitus and obesity, and suddenly they disappeared from the Russian market. What could we do? Well, we told our pharmaceutical industry, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, telling our pharmaceutical industry to reproduce these pharmacological products as quickly as possible. And these are high tech and bioequivalent, and we know that for bioequivalent we need to have at least 2 stages of clinical studies. In the first, you ensure the safety and the pharmacological and synetical, as well as immunogenicity, and you have to test the bioequivalence through preclinical trials that are really quite important. And then there's also the therapeutic equivalence, and that means you need a large number of patients. It's a long observation process, but based on the knowledge that already had, the industry made it possible to obtain the bio equivalent and recombinant RNA, but and the second bacteria that is used in biotechnology, and the pharmaceutical industry and designers learned how to do this in a synthetic manner. It's quite small in terms of size, complex in structure, but this product is scientifically sound. But what is it? Is it biological, or is it synthetically reproduced? And the regulating international sector and the FDI and so on have reached the conclusion that it is synthetic, and our regulators had to take the advantage in international regulation, and we therefore did not classify it as synthetic. For us, they are equivalent obtained through scientific methods. However, we learned from the tendency of EMA and FDA, and now this type of pharmacological product is registered in our country. It was registered very quickly in only 6 to 8 months from the beginning of the clinical studies, and is already authorized for the market. And this allowed us to compensate for the deficiencies that the market has as the Novo Nordisk company abandoned the Russian market. And so that was an example of the use of platform approaches for the development of pharmacological products as well as their registration. And I think that these approaches, platform-based approaches, is an example in terms of our national regulation, but it's something that can be scaled up at international level so that the deficiencies in our markets and countries in Central America and the Caribbean and other countries, something similar can be done. And indeed, in any countries where there are problems with the authorization in the market of high technology pharmacological products, we can improve our cooperation and harmonic collaboration so that our transfers not take years and years. It needs to be done efficiently, quickly, with a concession of authorization to go into the market as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for listening to my point of view and for having allowed me to share our experience in the interaction between regulator and the representative of the biopharmaceutical companies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. This was very, your opinions and experience. We thank you for that. And we will then continue with Dr. Carla. We would like you to tell us a little bit about the regulating agencies in the Central American countries and what benefits this regional integration may have for the industry. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for the invitation. Regarding the question, as a regulating member of a regulating entity, we belong to the National Health Regulations Entity. The benefit of how we work with technical regulations at Central American level between all the different countries is we hold bilateral meetings where we talk about all the different things that are going to be harmonized at Central American level, all the different national groups and regulations meet and give their opinion, and then we reach a consensus, and in this way come to some conclusion based on the same requirements and standards. Likewise, and coordinates with national technicians. It's a case entity, even representatives, national representatives, and so like regulatory process in proceeding in terms of the evaluation and industry as a space regulated entity covering its province, this standardized form, where they externate their opinions or ask questions, and then if the comment, the request is dismissed, then it's just this part of the regulation in favor is then also what we call the mutual acknowledgement agreement. And this is a process through where all the different regulating entities in Central America work together to work and try to make this as quick as possible. Once the type of request or document has been produced, it should take no longer than 8 days before it is authorized or rejected by our entity, the National Industry 2, can at Central American level acknowledge all the other countries, and let's say a product is acknowledged in Nicaragua and is freely marketed here, then again in 8 days other countries would tend to accept the product on their market because there is mutual confidence and trust. And just last month, there was a line of medication and medical artifacts, and there's been a strengthening of the regulatory entities, and based on our experience and evaluations reaching level 3, we have seen that the deficiencies that we had in the norms to be able to speed up all of this process that I'm talking about, especially at the level of laboratories, led to the production of a document. And as we heard before, Cuba there was very, very important, especially SEDMEC, because it really helped us. We learned a lot from them, and they help us to establish then our regulatory principles. We recognize then the decisions made by other referent authorities, and that is what the situation is like today in Central America.
Thank you very much. You have given us a very good presentation of the Central American system, and I think this is an opportunity for the manufacturers and an advantage for the Central American countries to have such a system for approval and certification, because this has the advantage of giving a product the possibility to obtain certificates in other countries as well after having received its approval in its own country. As another example that is also important to mention, between Central American authorities and the Dominican Republic's authorities, 2 years ago, both started a joint evaluation of drugs, and we decided this together with the Pan American Health Organization, so that if a file is presented in any country, then the evaluation would be done by all regulatory authorities through their experts and produce a final evaluation and decision. And through this method, we were able to strengthen practically the decisions beyond recognition between authorities of the requirements that we were asking for. It was a form of unifying the criteria at a Central American level, because in the past this had been an obstacle to the unification of the regulating agency in order for the regulated company to understand better what the requirements were, because in the past maybe a Honduran product would not be accepted in one country, whereas it would be accepted in another, and the producer wouldn't know why. So now we have 6 joint evaluations of 6 different products in these Central American countries, which meant more than 15 meetings between the regulatory agency, and this would then produce one single protocol of approval or disapproval. In order to create this trust in the regulations, an important role is also played by the industry. This is an important actor in the dialogue that we are talking about today. I think what Dr. Karma has told us was really interesting in this regard. We would now like to know what Dr. Carmen Acosta has to tell us about the challenges for registration of drugs in Central America and the Caribbean. So now we will listen to the position of the industry. We've now listened basically to the regulatory agencies, and now we will give the floor to Mechnikov themselves. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the participation in this panel. We have the regulatory agencies here that have contributed to the performance of our institute. And generally speaking, I will first mention the general level and then go into specifics as to Central America and the Caribbean. There is a great diversity of the norms and regulations among all the countries, and all these requirements have to be met by the manufacturer of drugs, specifically for biotechnological products and vaccines, and there's no harmonization as such, independent of the fact that there are documents issued by the PARC network that try to harmonize the vaccines. However, each country has its own regulations and laws and has sometimes very specific requirements and demands that may prevent the entry into a market by a product in a short time. So task number 1 that we believe is very important is the analysis of the legislations and regulations of the countries which we want to access. This is a strategy that is also linked to the question of which is the target region for our entry into market. As we know, in the case of the Mechnikov Institute, our region or sub-region was Central America and the Caribbean. In 2015-2016, when the register file was presented and worked out, we restricted ourselves in regulations that were not greatly distinct as to biotechnological products. But these regulations have changed, have become more perfect, and have been aligned to the regulations of the Pan American Health Organization and the WHO. So this process has meant that it became more oriented towards our own objective. Now, at the moment that we needed to plan how to enter the market with our product, we had many months time requirements in Central America and Peru, several years, Colombia even up to 4 years, Mexico then with 12 months. So the process became very complicated because sometimes we had very specific requirements to meet. For example, primary data requirements of the research and development and validation process, or sometimes they asked us to make local clinical trials. For example, as in Brazil, we had to make a clinical trial in Brazil. There's no health certificate there. And in other countries, we could register ourselves with the clinical data of your own country, but you were given a 5-year term to make local clinical trials in the country in order to be able to renew the certificate. It is indispensable to approach these health agencies, the regulatory agencies, because the regulations are sometimes interpreted differently by experts. And so we need a very open exchange in order to be able to understand to what extent some kind of information might be really required, although it had not been interpreted as such or had not been requested as such. In the case of segment, for example, we are evaluating 4 files for the registration of a product of a partner in India, a potential partner, and we approach the segment with our concerns as to that we thought that some information was missing, that we wanted the recommendation of the segment. And through the counseling of segment, now they are validating and they are analyzing the data that we have presented to the regulatory agencies, and they will review this and help us to complement everything that is necessary according to the Cuban regulations. With the pharmacological directorate, we've also had dialogues, and not because it was something prohibitive in the past, but now we have had more opportunities to approach this directorate because we have more files to process. And there are more products now as a result of the technology transfer. And it's not only vaccines, it's biological, biosimilar, technological products. And some have been very recently introduced. And the interpretation of the regulated company has to be very clear. And doubts have to be clarified in order to avoid further delays in the requests of additional information or by rejection of certain phases of the evaluation, which will all delay us in our advancement towards making our drugs available to the population because they really need it in the market on a wide scale. For example, recently we have been coordinating meetings over the last 2 months with the Directory of Pharmacy, and we have presented our doubts and we have set dates for meetings to resolve these doubts that might be that were about the procedures and other aspects. And I think this transparency of communication is the only form that could allow us to have an expedite, high quality, and harmonized sanitary registration or register for a health register for a specific country. And lastly, everything that is related to the previous phases. I think Cuba is an example of how, from the very start of the conception of a new idea for development, technical committees are set up that allow the accompaniment of research and development from the first concept trials, preclinical trials, clinical trials, and any kind of deviation along this development process can be corrected and arranged before we come to the step of requesting the health certificate. And this harmonization is necessary for us to be able to ask for the authorization of preclinical and clinical trials in Nicaragua as well, which include the specific characteristics of the Nicaraguan population and differences as to the population in Russia, so that the population will feel safe in using a product that has been duly evaluated and also authorized in compliance with the regulations at the local scale as well as at the international level. And in the Nicaraguan territory, starting from inspections of the good clinical practices, this data should allow us to use it also for the registration in other countries. Our regulatory agencies have issued their resolutions of approval, and we would like to be able to use these approvals also for registration in other countries. So I think that this approach, this close relationship to the agencies, is necessary because if this happens, it takes into consideration the fact that the industry and the research advances at a much faster pace than the regulations. And it is important to strengthen and support the authorities to take these decisions on the basis of information without getting to the point of a final bottleneck. And it is important that along this process, weaknesses that are detected should be corrected, because there also might be a gap in the regulations as to health technologies, as to productive platforms and other aspects. So the idea is to compensate and to balance each other in order to have the possibility to advance and be able to use these drugs that we have been developing as soon as possible, because they are so necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information that you have given us. I think it is important. All that you have said about the difference as to the requirements for the registers of the different regulatory agencies. And if we all applied these existing regulations, basically the requirements are the same, but there is an important factor that marks the difference between the regulatory agencies. That is the acceptance of clinical trials, and this is important because any clinical trial study needs some time and needs resources. And sometimes I ask myself, why shouldn't we accept the clinical data of another country that already come from a clinical study? Because this is something that we can recognize. So I think this point is the most critical point when trying to advance with products that have to be accessible to the population in a very short time. And sometimes they are hampered in this process and are not in the hands of the population in time. And I think it is very worthwhile to reflect about this aspect a little more. Thank you very much. I think we can now continue with another topic that we are also very interested in, and that is pharmaceutical surveillance. We will now pass the floor to Dr. Soraya, and she will tell us a little bit more about how the pharmaceutical surveillance systems can be strengthened in this interrelation between the industry and the regulatory agencies. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
I believe Menchnikov and Leak Marta Rosales was saying, has come to shake up all the network of pharmaceutical regulation in Nicaragua, and I'm so happy to hear that now we have indicators for level 3 complied with, and in a country where we produce vaccines, the regulating entity must be at a level 3, and we're close. And I think we're a few steps away. One of them is that to have inspectors that are trained, because we still have the support of the submit that is allowing us to inspect our plant. And I dream that very soon we're going to be able to be independent in being able to carry out all inspections in the country and to comply with good practices within our country. I think we've moved forward in the communication with the regulating entity. We've had several meetings where we need to strengthen that unity between regulating entity and the regulated uh, entity. And we have been working together for many years. And with the Ministry of Health in the last year, 2023, 2020, 2022, 2023, we had the screening for pregnant women. That was a success. And this year we've had training in regards to the screening and vigilance, and we screened 65 people, and the strategy is to stimulate the documents on the ASAVI for vaccines and medicine. We are starting the strategy with Convacer, and we have already applied over 60,000 doses to carry out screening studies for this product and demonstrate the safety of this product, of this vaccine. And I know we have moved forward a lot in strengthening the communication between the regulating entity and the Menshnikov Institute. And that is an achievement that can be accredited to all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Soraya. We're going to give the floor to Dr. Edwin so that we can hear his reflection, or the reflection of the regulating entity in regards to this screening. Thank you for the invitation. As Dr. Rosales was saying, um, as in the compliance of the regulation of the WHO, we have to strengthen this pharmaceutical screenings. This has been growing and strengthening as time progresses and goes by. We now have a regional platform, and right now we have been submitted as a proposal to participate in a regional pilot for the use of a tool that will allow us to code the adverse reaction of any medicines or pharmaceuticals that are commercialized in Nicaragua. So in accompaniment with the Meshnikov Institute, we have developed 3 studies, as this is Zoraida was mentioning, in children and pregnant women and different age groups. And the success we've had, and I want to call it a success, because besides the fact that we have focal groups throughout the country in the 19 celais, we also have focal groups in the social um, security program system, and they are constantly reporting to us the adverse reactions, and we are constantly providing this feedback to this institute. And that's why the regulating entity provides or establishes this vaccination screening as something that's very important, because it allows us to work together with the pharmaceutical companies to be able to be to spearhead the safety and efficiency of the products, and we thank the Meshnikov Institute to strengthen even further the program of vaccine or pharmaceutical screenings in Nicaragua. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Edwin. In the processes of pharmaceutical screening, the producers have a very high, or the manufacturers have a very high responsibility, and they have the responsibility of providing feedback with their reports to the regulating entity. And I think we're moving forward in a positive light in that sense. I would like that for the young our young participants in that corner have something to say. They are the evaluators of the registry department of the regulating entity of Nicaragua. Do you want to share some comments or some experiences with us? Go ahead. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for us to be here in this panel. Good af good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for us to be participating in this event where as pharmaceutical evaluators of the regulating entity of Nicaragua in the pharmaceutical division have lived the challenge for us to be immersed. We've lived the challenge of being immersed in all this process of sanitary registry and renewal. It's important that the personnel of sanitary regulation entity is trained for the evaluation of these products, since these products have very complex information that is also very extensive. Not only is it important for the national entity to be trained, but also the possible resources from starting from our students at the universities. The Department of Sanitary Regulation, along with Menshnikov, have been working together, establishing different norms and requisites at a national and international level, such as the WHO directives and the ICH guides. It's important to always be trained when faced with different technologies that are applied for the manufacturing of these products. As the person responsible of post-registry modifications, it's important to be trained and be updated on each recommendation proposed by the WHO. For example, the Fluem vaccine or Fluem Tetra vaccine, they suffer modification, post-registry modifications every year with an update of the indications, the possible reports on adverse reactions or secondary effects after immunization has been carried out. So it has been a great challenge for us as evaluators to be updated constantly on these changes and to participate in the different procedures of for evaluating the vaccines. Thank you. Good afternoon. As part of the team of evaluators, to us, every day is a challenge, as you know. We're facing a world that is in constant change, and pharmaceutical technology continues to change and develop. And we see things now that 10 years ago we didn't even think about, and now we are implementing things we didn't know. So as my colleague was saying, we have to be constantly studying and being updated, and we want to achieve level 3. And for that, we are carrying out a lot of changes within the agency. One of the changes is the creation sorry, sorry, the creation of quality management and quality assurance, where we're working on tools and manuals that will help us on what we're doing on a daily basis, but also for future generations that are going to become a part of this sanitary regulation authority. I am left with nothing more to say than thank you, and let's continue working towards the development of this national authority. Thank you so much. Well, we have finished with the entire panel and presentation and interventions and the criteria. We thank so much all the participants of this panel that have been with us this afternoon. It has been a subject that is crucial, first of all, because we have openly broached in a very transparent way the relationship between the regulating entity and the pharmaceutical companies and industries. And I think we're all convinced now how important it is in all the different subjects we have broached that relationship. Thank you for your participation. I don't know if anybody else has a question that you would like to ask. Go ahead. Here, you have to get up, please. I have a question. Good afternoon to you all, to all the panelists and everybody, doctors, nurses that are here, pharmaceuticals that are here, because since we're in the eighth pharmaceutical congress, I have a doubt because we are talking about the production or the evolution of the pharmaceutical production at a Central American level and international level, because we have interventions from Cuba, from the Soviet Union, India, Japan, but I'm not clear in Nicaragua, how is that evaluation of the productive capabilities going? We talked that there is technology, companies, norms, laws, regulated, we have those who are regulated, those who are regulators, that we're moving towards a level 3, but I'm not clear, as we were saying in the morning, there isn't a percentage. As an epidemiologist, I can understand it as a percentage. We were in 2020, and in 2020 we were at 60%. In 2024, we've advanced in the technology at 90%. Russia, Cuba explains it. They have more than 46 companies. And here in Nicaragua, we talk about two large companies, Ramos Labs and Menchnikov Laboratories. And that level 3, what percentage are we talking about? How much have we moved forward in our productive capacity in Nicaragua? Thank you. In relation to your question, like Licenciado Rosales was explaining, the the regulating entity through the Institute of the Menshikov Institute has to go through a process of regulatory um, evaluation through the WHO, and authorities are classified according to their regulatory enforcement or strengthening, sorry. Level 1 is where the authority can only have legal norms, but they don't have an authority that's defined. Level 2 is where it's strengthened further in the regulatory process, and they are transforming, they're making changes to go beyond those capabilities. And level 3, which is where Nicaragua wants to hopefully get to in the short term, is to demonstrate towards others and the OPS the strengthening of the regulatory system and creating a self-sufficient and competent authority in terms of their own regulatory decision-making process. In terms of production, we currently have 12 pharmaceutical laboratories at a national level. Amongst them, as you mentioned, Ramos, Menchnikov, Solka, Segel, Genedifar, amongst others. And we also have 517 distributors that have opened, that are registered and have their sanitary license, that are able to import, distribute, and commercialize these products. Yes. Oh, finish. Okay. So that's the part that I don't know if that answers your question, but that's that's what I have to say in terms of your productive capacity. It's not an industry that is very voluminous or developed like in other countries. As I said before, we only have 12 laboratories, but we still provide follow-up on their good manufacturing practices. We follow up on the plant and the compliance, and we do make sure that all the products comply with established regulations. We make the post-commercialization analysis, post-marketing analysis, and we provide supervisions and audits to the establishments that we regulate, and we verify if, aside from the first analysis that we performed, they comply with the regulations that are registered or that are necessary as per our entity. We also regulate the part of, or the area of medical equipment. We have many distributors for medical equipment that have properly authorized, as well as consumables, biomedical and non-biomedical products, as well as dental products. We also regulate food products that come into the country, and they must have their have the sanitary code and registry and be up to code. And we also regulate clinics, private clinics, hospitals, and all healthcare providers. They go through a process of revision and audits in terms of the different specialties that they will offer to the patients, and those are evaluated through the Directorate of Health Evaluation. And as you know, we also regulate the part of tobaccos, the area of tobaccos, and the registry for health professionals. Thank you, Carla. Go ahead, Dr. Roberto. You're asking for the floor. Thank you for the opportunity. I am going to give my opinion, although your intervention has been extraordinary and it's very clear. But the question of the doctor is very, very important, because sometimes we forget where we come from and how we ended up in a country where all pharmaceuticals were imported. We have to remember that all neoliberal governments, after the first stage of the Sandinista revolution, established regulations and norms that were destined to destroy local pharmaceutical industries. The neoliberal governments destroyed the national pharmaceutical industry. We only produce 1% of the entire consumption of medicines, local medicine that were consumed by our population. We saw Lab Ramos and Solca labs disappeared, and they were erased to benefit pharmaceutical companies that imported brand pharmaceuticals to be able to have good earnings, but not to guarantee the health of the population. And so then in the government of Commander Daniel and Rosario Murillo, we created regulation. We created partnerships for very modern, up-to-date companies to come in like Meshnikov, and we are reviving the local pharmaceutical industry. So now these companies can participate in licitations, in processes, marketing processes, and they can compete with the foreign pharmaceutical companies. Currently, the pharmaceutical market in Nicaragua is in around 410 million dollars, 420 to 410 million dollars. That's what the entire country spends, all in terms of the different consumers, the public and private sector. When the government of Commander Daniel started, only 1% of medicine or pharmaceuticals were produced locally, and they were products that in general could not compete in the Ministry of Health pharmaceutical commercialization processes. Currently, we have products made in Nicaragua, not just Laboratorio Ramos, which is the best in the country, obviously, but also other labs that have been developed. And why has that happened? First of all, because of a policy of generic medicine or generic pharmaceuticals. Aside from the investment on Ramos laboratories, but there has also been a decision to work with generic uh, pharmaceuticals. So in neoliberal governments, it was prohibited to register Indian products, and we could only have brand products that were created by European and American pharmaceutical companies. And what products were not registered in Nicaragua? Oncology products. Over $40 million are now being spent on oncology products that are delivered through the Ministry of Health and the Social Security system. So there has been another important change in that regard to allow not only great transnational companies or big transnational companies to register um, medicines or pharmaceuticals in Nicaragua. And that has been a great effort of the regulating entity of Nicaragua that will guarantee that all those products are safe and are efficient, and that has been moving forward in strengthening its own capabilities. And to finish, what's the difference between 17 years ago and today? Well, that 17 years ago, we did not manufacture no vaccines. We didn't manufacture any vaccines, and we didn't sell any vaccines that were local. And now we're selling over $15 million, not just in Nicaragua, but in other countries in Central America. And that has helped us to bring other vaccines that would have been very difficult to produce. So there is a concrete advance, or concrete steps forward have been taken. We have more medicines or pharmaceuticals that are produced locally, and more access to generic pharmaceuticals. And there's also an interesting point to consider. 50% of local pharmaceuticals imported in Nicaragua are coming from Central America. In neoliberal governments, only 20% of those products would come from Central America. So there has been a work between the different regulating entities so that more products can come to Nicaragua, which has meant more access from the population to cheaper and safer products. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roberto. We will have you on our panel next time. Very well now. I think we have concluded our panel, and we thank all the panelists, and we will take a photograph, an official photograph. So please stand here together.
De esta manera damos por finalizado el día de hoy.
Now our day is finished, and we invite you to come tomorrow morning punctually, please, at 8 o'clock in the morning, and at 8:30 we will start the inscriptions, and then we will listen to panel number 3, which will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for your participation. God bless you, and see you tomorrow.